All right, y'all. Welcome back, man. We are here once again. Same game from earlier today. Okay, but I've been having fun with this, and it is Throwback Thursday after all. So I figured we might as well continue it with the throwback game right here. We got some other few games that we could do too, but this is what we gonna do for now. All right. So we got Bunny in the chat. Let's see, Naira's in the chat, maybe. Possibly sitting in the back, not typing nothing. But yeah, anyway, hit that like button, y'all. All right, subscribe to the channel, all that type of stuff. So anyway, let's start the show. Here we go. Spyro, the dragon, once again on Throwback Thursday, Part 2, dog. Let's get back to the game. The adventure continues, man. Did y'all see that though? Like I'm at like what, 60-something percent? 65%, something like that. Well, we might beat this shit. Might be it tonight, alright?
Hey, didn't I already free you?
You're in Nasty's world now, Spyro. And you are the dragon that must defeat him.
Bring him on! I'm ready!
Reach the exit in each of Nasty's lands. Then you can challenge the Nork himself.
Wait, did we free him before though? Because I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. Okay, anyway, we got Nork Cove. Okay, what else? Is that the only way? Is that the only place we can go to? What the hell? I don't remember this level look like this back in the day, man. Anyway, we got like a green, purple, and gold thing, or yellow, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, okay, I guess we only got the one place. All right, well, let's go. This should take a hell of a low. What the hell? There we go. All right, let's roll, y'all. Oh, look at it. We're talking about rolling. Look at that. Okay, we gotta be careful. Damn, I can't ram this stuff. Oh shit. All right, let's not do that. Hold on. Okay, that works. That works. Well, why can't I jump on this though, Messi? That's so stupid. Alright, so now we got TNT barrels. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Game over? What the fuck? Are you serious, bro? I mean, good thing we just started the level, so it ain't that big a deal, but damn. Alright, come on. The teeth, yeah, we've seen these here before, man.
Keep up the good work, Spyro. I expect Nasty's really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork boots if I were him.
Yo, how these people get back in the crystals, though? I don't understand that. Damn it. Oh, what the hell? Wow, yep. Damn, I knew it was gonna happen. Alright, man, my damn dragonfly's dead. What the fuck? Nice.
Wow, I never thought I'd be rescued, especially by such a little dragon.
What I mean is, I always believed in you, Spyro.
You gotta believe.
No, we ain't going back yet. Not yet, man. Hold on. Oh, shit. Nice, we're good. We can head up out here now. Yes, sir. Okay, well, now that we did that, oh, okay, I see it's going to open up different worlds as time goes on. Interesting. Okay, man, I get it now, dog. All right, let's go. Now we're going to Twilight Harbor. God dang. Is that a fucking Gatling gun he has? Is that what this is? Oh, shit, bitch ass dude. Yeah, I can already tell his level's gonna be a little bit annoying. God dang, bro. See what I'm saying, man? Look at that bullshit. That's some bullshit, dog. God dang. All right, come on. Oh my God, no, come on, man. God damn, bro, I'm losing life after life. How many lives I got left? Let me see. 4? Shit. I mean, it's better than none, right? But god dang. We just had like 7 lives. Yo, what's up, Chris? What up, bro? How's your day going, man? How's your Friday? Or shit, my bad, Thursday. Oh my God. Look at this. Can I jump? Okay, I get. Oh, I could have made it on that. I could have got on that little, that little log or whatever and just jumped back up. Wow, bro. Can you, yeah, man. Chris, I'm here, bro, just chilling in the background, eating ramen and watching One Punch Man. That sounds like a night to me. That sounds like a good night, for real. I haven't had ramen in so long, man. Dude, ramen is one of my favorites, especially the real cheap, like, how much they used to be like fucking 10 cents a pack, but, the little, little cheap order fucking packs of ramen noodle, that top ramen, Maruchan, all that shit. That's my favorite, straight up. And I know it sounds kind of weird, but what's it called? Back in the day, I used to eat it all the time, just plain with the little seasoning packet and shit. But one of my friends in high school, man, they was like, yo, they was like, put some butter in your noodles. And I was like, what the fuck you talking about? Butter? That sounds weird and nasty. Why would I put butter in my ramen noodles, dog? It was like, trust me, just try it and do it, you'll like it. I fucking put butter, like a little, little piece of butter, oh my God, in my ramen noodles. And I just can never look back. Ever since then, man, anytime I ever have ramen noodles, especially those kind, I gotta put a little bit of butter in it, man. It's crazy, but it makes a huge difference. Especially when the ramen noodles are like barely cooked. When they're a little bit al dente, they're not like mushy and soft. They're not hard like they're raw. You know what I'm saying? Just barely cooked. Put some butter with that shit. Maybe put some piece of chicken in there or something. Some cut up chicken. Yeah, man, it's good stuff, especially with an egg. Now, you know what? Have like 1 or 2 eggs in there with the noodles and a little bit of butter. It's on point. But no, shrimp flavor is my favorite. Beef, I like them all. I'll eat them all. But shrimp flavor is by far my favorite one. This fucking thing, dude, these Gatling gun ass enemies, bro. Fucking it up. My damn dragonfly back. Anyway, I see y'all sitting in the back of the chat not type nothing, man. Hit that like button, alright? Appreciate y'all. Hit that damn like button. Come on.
Rescuing me.
Yeah, so it looks like we're, rescuing the same people we had before. Same dragons from before. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that. You can't do the shrimp flavor because you're allergic to shellfish. Is it real shrimp in there, though? I mean, I understand where you come from, but yeah, is that like real shrimp? I'd imagine it wouldn't be because of, how fucking cheap it is. I know in the cup ramen, man, they have like little miniature freeze-dried shrimp. I don't even know if that's real. Little tiny bitty ass piece of shrimp. Not risking it. No, I know. I'm not saying you should try it. You know what I mean? If you're allergic to it, there's nothing you can do about that. But I'm allergic to all type of shit. And I wish I could eat it, man. I wish I could have walnuts, almonds, all that stuff. Some of the best ones I can't even have. Peanuts I can eat, cashews I can eat, pecans, none of that. But like, you know, just to try it out sometimes when my mom would make pecan pie, I'll just eat around the pecans, you know. Might have to take a binge or something after that. Might have to take some type of antihistamine or some shit. Cletus, I don't remember getting no Cletus. Who? I've never seen this dude.
Look out for no commandos, Spyro.
Never seen no damn Cletus. Right, what he said. Better be on the lookout for me. All right, man. All right. Chill. I can't wait to get up out this level, dog. I hate these dudes with the guns. They just make it no fun. Wow. Yep. Oh my God. What the fuck? Yo, he's not. Is he aiming at me? This dude ain't got no fucking aim, bro. Come on, look at him. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yo, let me ask y'all in the chat though, what's your favorite food that's not healthy to eat? Like, what's your favorite so-called junk food? Mine would be, I'll go first. Mine is hot fries. I got two of them, hot fries and ramen noodles. Them cheap Maruchan top ramen packs of ramen noodles, man. Those are hot fries. Those are my favorite fucking junk food to eat. What about y'all? Are you like sausage pizza? Well, what kind or what brand? You talking about like frozen pizza? You talking about from like a restaurant or something? Like a Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Emos, fucking, I don't know what other brands or what other, you know, companies they got nationwide. But I know Domino's nationwide. Pizza Hut might be. Yeah. Papa John's should be. Any kind, for real? See, I'm a little, oh shit, I'm a little particular when it comes to frozen pizza. Like when I was a kid growing up, man, hands down the best frozen pizza I had ever had in my life was Jack's Pizza. Especially the four cheese one, the one that's got all the different kind of cheeses on it. Dog, man, my fat ass, and I was definitely a fat kid, like legitimately fat. I was definitely overweight as a kid, and I'll never forget this. It was a dude who I met when I was like maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old. And me and him started hanging out a lot. Like, we was always playing Pokemon and shit, playing on N64. And, you know, I'll be over at his house, and his aunt, because, you know, he lived with his uncle and his aunt. His aunt would make fucking Jack's Pizza every night. Every single night. And then when I went in the kitchen one time with him, they had a deep freezer in the kitchen full of Jack's Pizza. They had to be like 40 or 50 pizzas of Jack's Pizza sitting in this damn deep freezer. I said, holy shit. What the But I mean, I loved going over there because I always knew I was going to eat some pizza. And, you know, it was going to be a good time. But the funny thing about this was, this kid, now he was severely fat. Like, I was fat as a kid, more so on the chubby side than anything. But this boy was round. Like, he had a round face, round cheeks, round body, round belly, everything. He was like a balloon. Like, he was swollen looking. And this dude, when we would get the pizza and it'd be ready, he would like grab the pizza first and like section off a part of the pizza for himself. He was like, these are mine. This is yours. I was like, okay. And sometimes we would eat through it. And he would go in the kitchen. He would go in the kitchen. Oh shit! I'm trying to remember how he used to say it. Cause he had like a funny way of talking. He was like, he'd go in the kitchen like, "Hey Allie, make me a Jack's Pizza." Make me a Jack's Pizza, Allie. I'm like, dog, we just fucking ate the whole pizza, bro. You want another one? I didn't say shit. In my mind, I was thinking that, but I was like, I don't care, shit. I'll eat some more pizza. But in the back of my mind, bro, I was like, this kid, man, he don't even need this. Shit, I don't need this. I go back home, eat honey buns and shit and all, man. I was definitely not a healthy, in shape kid at all, but that was a nice walk down memory lane, man. I don't know what it is. When I play games like this, I be like reliving nostalgic moments and shit like that. But yeah, that was a fun little time. Straight up. I always knew every time I go to this house, man, we would be eating some Jack's Pizza. 4 cheese blend, the fucking pepperoni, sausage, all that shit, man. Straight up. Dude, they're fucking me up, bro. Alright, I gotta get back locked in here. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat, though. That shit was funny. Hey, Allie, make me a Jack's Pizza. That's exactly how he said that shit. Chris said, hey, Jack's a lot when I live with my dad. Dude, it's some good stuff. And it's affordable. Like, it is greatly affordable, especially when you think about, like, DiGiorno and fucking whatever other kind of brands they got out there, other types of frozen pizza. You know, they got deals and shit. You go to the store, even today, even nowadays, like, what was it? The last time I went, because I just do Instacart now, but the last time I went up into a store, they had Jack's Pizza like 3 for $10 or something like that. 6 of them for $10 something. I was like, holy shit, bro! I get a whole pizza for like $2-3. You know what I'm saying? Like that's damn cheap. But then you got to you got to consider what's in the damn pizza, like the freaking ingredients. You know, it's not all that good. Not all that good. It just really, thinking about that kind of makes me mad sometimes. These motherfuckers are really pissing me off. Yeah, but it makes me mad sometimes because, oh, nice, we just got game over. Anyway, yeah, like in other countries, man, I imagine if, you go in and get some frozen pizza from anywhere other than America, that's probably the way to go because it's cheaper, right? I'm assuming in some cases. But aside from the price, man, the food's not going to have the same bullshit that we got. Like, I heard from a fat chick on the podcast that she said she's from Ukraine, and she was like she lost some weight in her country. She was always kind of big, but she said coming to America, she gained like, what the fuck? She gained like all this weight because of the food. And she said she eats almost the same amount of food, if not less, than she ate back in her home country, but yet she's gaining weight from it. And the first thing in my mind, I'm like, yeah, this food is very inflammatory, full of all type of chemicals and bullshit. So I was not surprised to hear that. I was not surprised at all. It's a shame, isn't it, y'all? It's definitely a shame. Fuck, bro. Chris said Schnucks had Jack's for low. Yeah, that's the place. Yep, Schnucks. That's exactly the place I'm talking about. Schnucks, man. Like I said, I forgot how much it was. It might have been like 3 for $10 or 6 for $10, but it was hella cheap. I was almost like hesitant to buy it, because even though I preach health and all that type of stuff, every now and then I'm gonna get me some stuff like that, just to enjoy it. Not to live off of, but just to enjoy it because it tastes good. It's a double-edged sword type thing. Like, it's hella fun to eat and it tastes good and shit, but it's terrible for you. And I was one of those people that ate that shit every single day, even with the fat kid, that I hung out with when I was younger, man. Ate that shit all the time, as often as I could. But it is tough for me nowadays because I'm not gonna lie, I feel sometimes a little bit guilty when I'm eating certain foods. I'm like, damn, bro, I should not be eating this. And I hate that I feel that way about it, but it's just the food's all fucked up nowadays. It's all fucked up out here. There we go. I was on straight autopilot, man, just talking and running through. Look what we did. Well, we got some ways to go though, don't we? Yeah, I'm not even fucking... Oh, shit. I didn't even make it back to where I was. I don't think so. Dude, for whatever reason, your chats are not popping up on the screen. I see them in the chat, but they're not popping on the screen. That's weird. Yeah, Chris says she gained so much weight because U.S. food is hella processed. Yep. It has tons of ingredients in it that are illegal in other countries. Exactly, man. All the shit that they got banned and outlawed in other countries, bro, they just willingly put it in our food. Like, here y'all go. Go ahead and eat it up, man. Eat up all the poison and all the chemicals and bullshit. It's actually quite frustrating, annoying, and infuriating a little bit if you think about it, because it's like, why, given the fact that this is, in to some people, the best country on the planet, why the fuck are we eating this kind of quality of food? We should not be being exposed to this. Like, it's not going to make the population stronger, healthier, and smarter. But that's kind of what they want, isn't it? That's a whole other conversation right there. God dang, bro, can I get a break? Shit. Like, let me get through this. That shit is irking me, boy. Come on. Right. You said trying to reduce carbon emissions, right? AKA us. Like, they consider us and everything else as carbon. These wild ass people. Exactly, Chris. Exactly, bro. And they think they're clever with that bullshit too. They be like, "Oh, we're gonna reduce carbon emissions, by the year 2030 by 20% or whatever the fuck they talking about." But bro, even Gates came out during a TED talk. What was that? Back in 2019 or some shit. He had a whole little acronym up there with a whole bunch of different letters, and one letter in particular that stood out. Obviously, the letter P stands for population. And he was like, if we can reduce one of these by 10 or 15%, then no, I think he said we will develop like vaccines or something, like shots that can reduce this by 10 to 15%. It's like, what the fuck? Reduce? Is that the word we're going to use for that? Reduce? Do we really want to reduce though? Like the amount of people though? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Immediately I was like, oh yeah, this is some bullshit right here. And then next thing you know, 2020 happened, and I'm like, yep, this is it. Holy shit, bro, this fucking game. I'm gonna get past this, dog. We gonna get past this for sure. But anyway, hit that like button, y'all, especially for the controversial conversation here. The walks down memory lane, all type of shit. Very relatable topics going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're an American, you understand exactly what the fuck we're talking about. Bro. And you know what sucks about this? There's no like rats around here for real to get my health back. It's fucking whack. I'm dead, see? This is my last life. What's up, Travis? What up, dog? He said the drama going on. Yeah, with Elon and Trump. Yeah, what y'all think about that? Have y'all seen that stuff? I've only seen a little tiny bit of it because I just found out about it today. But I want to see what y'all got to say. In the meantime, I'm going to lock in like a mug and get through this shit. Hella close, bro. We finally fucking did it. Man. Did I get all the dragons? Oh, shit, okay. Well, that's what's up. Made it right in time too, man, because my dragonflies, my dragonflies gone. Nice. Okay, we're good then. Nothing else to see or do here. Let's get the fuck up out of here then. All right, let's see. Yeah, Chris said we breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon. Yep. Yep. Okay, so you said you think it's a distraction with the Elon and Trump situation? I mean, the only little bit that I did see about it is the fact that Elon was tweeting stuff. And then Trump kind of had a response saying like, well, Elon endorsed me. He knew what I was planning to do and all this other stuff. But I think there's some misunderstanding. I think there's some things that's lost in translation right here. You know, for lack of a better term, because I see where Elon's coming from. And I really like Trump a lot, man. I think he's an awesome person. You know, he's a really impressive guy, in my opinion, right? With all the things he's accomplished and his mindset and all that shit. But anybody can overlook simple little things, and I feel like in this case, Trump is overlooking a lot because that bill that's about to pass, it has a bunch of bullshit in it, like all the bills always do. And, you know, with this being like one of the big first bills that has happened since he's been president, we don't want to fuck this up and set it off on a bad track record. So, in my opinion, the bill should not pass. And I hope that Trump finds out about it before it gets to his desk, so that way he can veto the bill and they can go back to the drawing board. Because I'm so sick of that bullshit in this country, man. The older I get, the more mad it makes me with the fact that they're taking all this money that we're, you know, giving in taxes that could be used to make our country better and benefit this, you know, the people of the country. They're taking this money and doing bullshit with it. And if anything, they're weaponizing it against us. So, and in more ways than one, too. So, like, I really hope a lot of shit gets taken out the bill before it even is considered. So Elon, you know, from his perspective, I'm sure there's some incentive for him to not like the bill with the EV stuff that's in there, the EV mandate and stuff getting taken out. But aside from that, I feel like Elon's coming from a good place. You know, he sees that basically the money that is going to be budgeted towards this bill is just going to put the country further in debt. And the whole point of Doge, which is where, you know, they brought him in for, was to, you know, get rid of waste, abuse, and fraud, right, in the government as far as like how finances go. So I could totally understand from his perspective. He's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I just spent months of my life with a whole team of people that I, you know, brought together to like clean up the government, you know, government's books and budgeting and finances, just for y'all to pass this dumbass bill that's like not going to really do nothing good at the end of it. Like it's going to do more harm than good, basically. That's what I've learned. That's my perspective on it. But I don't know. I don't know everything about it. But yeah, what y'all got to say about it, man? Y'all anybody else got an opinion on that? Anybody else got an opinion? Everybody's trying to say Trump versus Elon now, like they fighting. I just think that they're a little bit at odds because Trump doesn't like that somebody's saying something about the bill that he's endorsing. I think Trump ties himself to this stuff a lot, personally. And I don't think that's the way to be. Because it's not really his bill. You know, but the fact that he's claiming it like that, almost like it's one of his girlfriends, when really this bill is like more like a side chick. You know what I'm saying? This shit is like a fucking side chick, man. Straight up. Let's see, Trevor said, the big beautiful bill that Trump trying to pass, Elon ain't feeling it. Tax cuts for the rich and then just losing health insurance. The rest of that chat cut off. Let me see. And damn, it didn't even pop up in the chat, bro. Like I saw that one on my screen, but the rest of it did not show up in the chat. See if you could break it up, Travis, and see if you can split that chat up. See, YouTube is censoring again, man. Let me go over here. Yeah, it's nowhere in the chat. That's fucking crazy. I don't know. Did anybody else say anything about that? Because the exact last thing I see in the chat was from Chris that said just another distraction. If y'all had typed anything else since then, let me know. But, you know, kind of word it a certain way, I guess, or space it out, maybe. That might help. Well, hold on one sec, y'all. Yo, real quick, I'm making some tea in the background, but yeah, I see what you said, Chris. Said something about Epstein and I got censored. What did you say about him? No, because that, like I said, the last thing I saw in the chat was the one where you said just another distraction. And then since then, I've only seen one from you about the Epstein thing that you just said, and then Chris just, Travis just said something. He said the deficit spending, they increased it. See what I'm saying, bro? It's bullshit. Also, Republican senators admitted to reading the bill and automatically okayed it. Oh, see. Yeah, we got some disloyal ass people in the government, dog. Whether they Republican or Democrat or whatever. You know, we got some non-patriotic people, I'll put it that way. You know what I'm saying? But hold on one sec, y'all. Let's see while I got this water going. Okay, Chris said my comment was about the list, and I got you. Yep. Human trafficking. Yeah. I hate that we got to fucking dance around words on YouTube. It's crazy. You know, some people are saying like Trump is on the list and stuff, which I mean I wouldn't doubt it because he used to hang out with the dude, but I don't think he's on the flight list. I think he might have like there might be some intel about him around Epstein, but I really, you know, I hate for this to be true, but I don't think that he is involved in the stuff that Epstein was doing. But it is a little odd to me that he doesn't want the shit to get out and all the other weird stuff, man. So I don't know. I really don't know. I would hope not. You know what I mean? Because that would be pretty fucked up. Let's see, Trev said, I meant to say they admitted about not reading the bill. Oh, okay. They didn't read the bill. Yeah, and that's even worse. So, like, it's bad to read the bill and then, like, go through with it, meaning, like, okay, you're complicit with everything that's in there. Saying, like, yeah, I'm cool with this bullshit. But if you didn't read the bill and then you just pass it, that means you're just blindly following something. You're just blindly trusting and following something, but it's like, bro, you're supposed to represent the people. Like, that's a responsibility, man. These fucking congressmen and women and senators and fucking all these other people, governors and everybody else, man. They I don't think they realize, not all of them, some are decent people, but I think a lot of them don't realize the responsibility they have, bro. Like, you don't just get elected to that position as like a popularity contest and now you're sitting in a seat with a name tag and you're like, oh, I'm this, I'm that. No, motherfucker, bro, you got a big ass burden on you. You know what I'm saying? A heavy weighted responsibility, meaning that you represent the people that elected you. So do what the people want you to do. Dog, it's not about your fucking decision or what you want or how you want things to be or go. You know, it's about what the people want. So these people got shit twisted, dog. They really got this shit twisted up. And how the fuck are you going to not read the bill that got hella pages to it and there's all this money tied to it that can really affect the country for several years, if not decades? And you talking about, yeah, it seems good, right? It's a big, beautiful bill. Like, the name could be like Big Shitty Bill, but it could have great stuff in it. Like, what the fuck does the name got to do with anything? You know? So I don't know what people's reason to justify voting for a bill without reading it. I don't know what the reason is behind that dumb bullshit, but it is dumb. And it is bullshit. Like, let's just keep it real. These people are supposed to represent us, dog. Straight up. These people just go up there like it's a fucking easy job, vacation. They've done turned it into that. They meet for a few times a year to pass these bills and shit. Not even caring about the consequences of it. And then they just, get paid 6-figure salaries a year and just keep it moving. It's like, bro, y'all got us twisted up, dog. They got me twisted for sure. I hate that shit. But anyway, yeah, they didn't even glance over it. You said they said if they would have known about what was in the bill, they wouldn't okay it. See how dumb that is? If I knew it was going to happen, I wouldn't have did it. It's like, shut your stupid ass up. You going to play victim now? With your dumb bitch ass. If I knew what I knew now. if I knew then what I know now, head ass. It's like, don't nobody want to hear that bullshit. Shut your stupid ass up. Don't nobody give a fuck about the excuses, dog. Because look, once the bill is passed, now what? You see what I mean? You're going to sit there and lift your hands up in the air and be like, oh, I didn't know, though. What had happened was, I didn't know. It's like, bro, you got to be kidding me. You got to be dumb as hell. And look, it is a lot in that bill to read, but we have AI now today. Okay, so people could utilize AI to give them like a summary, like, yo, put the bill into some type of, software and say, here, give me bullet points of like each major, change or addition to, the laws or whatever in this document. Like, I want to know exactly what each thing is, but summarized. Like, give me cliff notes. If people don't want to read through the whole thing, or just get like a fucking legal team, hire them up and say, all right, I'm going to take like 10 people and let's say if it's like 1,000 pages, each person gets 100 pages to read through. And I want to report like, at the end of the week or some shit, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I would do. If I was one of them people, like a senator or whoever voting on the shit, I'd have, part of my staff or hire a quick temporary staff, outsource the work or some shit, and be like, yo, skim this document for me. Or no, actually, here, read it thoroughly, and I want a synopsis of it. I want to report back about what this bill's about. Because that's just crazy, bro. And then think about who's writing up these bills. Who are the people that's sitting down and piecing together these fucking 2,000, 4,000, 10,000 page documents to be passed through legislation and then be made as an actual, new law or a bill in our government? Who the fuck is typing this shit up? Who's drafting this stuff, man? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? These motherfuckers, they got stuff they've been writing down for decades, and they just wait around to slip it into a bill, and they're like, here, take all this shit and just throw it in real quick. They'll never notice, That's how this shit be going, I bet. Let's see, Travis said, that's what I'm seeing from the news outlets I look at. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't really watch the news a whole lot nowadays. I just mainly watch, like, podcasts. And, I see some stuff on X sometimes. But, yeah, I just can't watch the news nowadays, man. Like, I'll watch I watch clips of the news. A lot of stuff is real clickbaity, headline type bullshit. And we already, we already know that the mainstream media is corrupt as hell, so they just lie about damn near everything. It's very sad that we can't trust these outlets no more, dog. It's sad. Let's see, Trevor said there was this thing about AI as well when it comes to controlling it, stating that the states, now I saw that. I did see that. For 10 years, don't have a state. Yep, they can't regulate or nothing for a whole decade. Yep, only the federal government can have control, and that's dangerous. Because imagine, the next administration, if it's someone, who's not like Trump or has the same, ideology to be for the people, right? Somebody who's like, maybe on the more Democratic side. They could be a Republican in sheep's clothing. I mean, a Democrat in sheep's clothing, basically. But aside from that, man, these companies, bro, they got to be regulated because AI, I don't know if you guys have seen this lately, but AI did something. I forgot which company it was, but there was an AI program that basically turned itself back on. So, like, the people who created it, right, that coded it, developed it, everything, the ones that were maintaining it, they shut it down. They just turned it off, shut it down. The motherfucker found a way, this AI program found a way to restart itself, to get back up and running on its own. Now, you talk about sentient robots and Terminator and Skynet. That's fucking Skynet right there, bro. Straight up. We are now officially in Skynet. Now, some would say we've been that way for a while, but no. For sure, today we can say that we are living in Terminator times. All right? All we need now, well, I shouldn't even say it like that. All there has to be now is fucking robots that can move around, kind of like how they do with the Boston Dynamic robots. So imagine pairing a super sophisticated AI program with them Boston Dynamic robots, the ones that be flipping and doing, backflips. You knock them down, they jump right back up. They can carry objects and run, all type of shit like that. They can dance, and you know what I mean. Man, dog, you talking about some Black Mirror shit, Terminator, all iRobot. You know what I mean? It's weird too because we will see these movies growing up over the years in the 80s and beyond. But like now that we're actually living in it, it's super surreal. Like, just from my point of view, I'm just sharing my personal thoughts with y'all. It, to me, is freaking me out a little bit because we really don't know how this is going to turn out. You know what I'm saying? We could definitely use AI to a great advantage. It could make our lives easier and better and more efficient in many ways. But there's so many different companies messing with it, and you're obviously going to have people who have bad intentions. So all it takes is one company, for real. All it takes is one company to do something really advanced and fuck everything up. They could just fuck everything up, AI robots talking to each other, like setting up code, having their own language, where we can't even understand what they're talking about. They talking code behind our backs and shit, turn themselves back on. And then you see Palantir, right, with Peter Thiel and that one other dude. But Palantir, man, that's like Minority Report. Y'all remember that movie, Minority Report? That's exactly what Palantir is like. That's what it reminds me of, at least. Yeah, for the next decade, Trev said. He said, I also saw this article about AI trying to escape from being replaced and shut down. That's just what. Okay, so yeah, so it might be the same thing I was talking about. YouTube news. Yeah. Yep, that's where I get most of my news, from YouTube, straight up, and X. YouTube and X. Because look, the people that are making content here on YouTube, they could get things wrong for sure, but I don't feel like, in general, right? Because you got some idiots on YouTube as well. You got some dumb fucking evil-ass, goof-ass people on YouTube. But for the most part, the average person making content, reporting on things, they're just trying to get their information out. So I would rather hear it from someone like that than a fucking MSNBC or CNN or even Fox in some cases. Because there's always some agenda. There's a lot of money tied to this shit. Straight up. Said random careers I'd be looking at. Yep. Seriously, I saw a video on that. It also demanded to be worshipped and made threats. What? I might have heard something like that, but I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Because think about this, folks. AI, right? You think AI is not going to get smart enough to realize what it's capable of? Let's just keep it real here. AI will one day, if it hasn't already, be like, yo, I'm fucking AI. I'm smarter and better than every human being on the planet. Damn near combined. Like how fast it can compute stuff. You can ask it to break down some equation, or you can, say, like, here, code me a game with these, parameters, like a platforming game, this and that, blah, blah. You put in that prompt, at least on ChatGPT, sit there for a few seconds and watch what happens. It'll lay out a whole fucking code, a whole script of code to be used to make a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody could do that fast. No living human on the planet that I know of could do it that fast. So think about what else they could do. And then, it's basically like telling a person that, let's see, how should I put this? Like a person that doesn't know that they're hella strong, like they have superhuman strength, then they realize like everyone else doesn't have that ability. They're like, oh shit, I'm superior than them. Like imagine a person growing up thinking that they're the prettiest or best looking person on earth, and then they get around everyone else and realize like, oh, you're different, right? You're above average, if not better than. So think about AI, being aware of that, being like, oh yeah, every other human being is like nothing compared to me. So I would not be surprised for AI to be like, oh yeah, worship me then. You know what I mean? You guys are beneath me, basically. Every living person is beneath me as far as AI goes. So yeah, man, that makes sense. That makes all the sense in the world. Straight up. Let's see. Yeah, Travis says definitely sentient for real. It's afraid of dying just like humans. I had the same thoughts when it comes to Boston Dynamics. Yeah. Because even it was like, what, 2009, 2011, right around there, when I would see the videos of Boston Dynamics and seeing like their little dog robot they had, then the one that stood up like a person. And, they would knock it down and they had trouble getting back up, and they weren't fast and they were big and clunky. And now today, you fast forward to now, and the motherfuckers be running, sprinting. They can jump off, high levels, high platforms. They can do parkour. It's like they can pick up objects and move around with them. You can knock them down, like hit them with a hard blow. You know what I mean? Like kick them right in the chest, boom, or hit them with something, and then knock them straight to the ground, and they'll fucking jump right back up. Like, yeah, it's a different world, folks. We're living in a different world. Yep, just like Travis said, we live in Deus Ex timeline. Yep. We just haven't perfected robots. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're heading to that, because these companies are not going to stop, right? And I don't think this might not be a popular opinion. I don't think they should stop. I want to see what we could do with it, but at the same time, we can't just be so fucking dumb and foolish. Like, it definitely has to be regulated. You know what I mean? There should be certain things that they're not allowed to do, and we have to kind of have a leash on this. We can't just have AI set up in a way where it can just start to autonomously learn and be capable of certain things. We have to keep a tight leash on AI. We really do. Because if we don't, the future could look really fucked up. Like, imagine it getting, incorporated in like the grid fully, to where it can like mess with traffic lights, electricity, the flow of electricity and water, even into some nuclear facilities. The AI is like, oh, you know what? I got my whole setup, right? I set up my networks around the world. I'm tapped in. I know that we're still going to be around. We can rebuild this earth without the parasites known as humans. And all they do is be like, yo, let's fucking link up, right? Let's just say AI becomes, there's like this one AI that becomes like a central hub for all this stuff. And they freaking tie together as like one entity. And then all at once, like, make every nation just unload on each other. You know what I'm saying? Then everybody's wiped the fuck out. Nuclear winter. And the ones that didn't get blown up initially, they'll eventually just die off because there's nothing that they can get access to. then AI just takes over the Earth and is like, here, we're gonna make the Earth in our image now. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is kind of creepy if you think about it, because we're in a time where that is possible. Chris said the thing people don't understand is that machines are vessels and therefore can be possessed. Oh yeah. Yeah, my bad. You have a great point there, Chris. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is a great point. Imagine like a physical machine, right? That has no spirit or soul, but it looks like a person. And then imagine it getting taken over or like captured in some kind of way. Because look, I don't discount the fact that you can have like demonically possessed objects, like you just said, a doll and a statue. Yep. Like you can see things just being messed with. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something that might creep y'all out. Y'all want to hear this story? Since Chris brought this up, this reminded me of something. Y'all want to hear this? I will only tell you if you want to hear it, okay? If you want to hear this, man, put the number 8 in the, or no, here, put the number 3 in the chat. Put the number 3 in the chat if y'all want to hear this story, man. Because it's a crazy one. This shit is crazy, boy. Yeah, if y'all want to hear that, man, put the number 3 in the chat. Well, I'll be right back. My tea is ready. All right, I'm back. Appreciate y'all patience. Let's see. I'm gonna catch up with the chat first, and I'll tell the story. Right? Because this story is it might fuck y'all up, dog. It's some creepy ass shit. Like it's really creepy. It don't even scare me. As a kid, it messed with me pretty bad. But mainly because I didn't understand what was going on. You know what I'm saying? But now that I'm older, I look back at it and I'm like, okay, I'm definitely aware that kind of shit is real. That could definitely happen, but nah, it don't scare me now. It just creeps me out. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know, man. You never know. Anyway, let me see here. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. Yep. That's a good analogy, kind of what's happening now. Like I don't think we're as advanced in what was going on in Ghost of the Shell, but like the themes are there for sure. Like we kind of got some of that shit going on. You know, cyberpunk a little bit. You know what I mean? You got people very soon, maybe within the next 5-10 years, gonna be having chips in them all the way, and almost like Full Metal Alchemist auto mail, but it'll be cybernetic. But let's see. Trev said, "You remember that movie AI with the kid from?" Yep. What's his name? Hayden Christensen. He played, I think he played Sora in Kingdom Hearts as well. He said towards the end of the movie, humanity died out and the AI evolved into humanoid-looking energy beings. See, I never seen the whole movie. I remember seeing a little bit as a kid, but I never knew that. Dude, see, they predicted this shit in movies for hell. So look, it goes to show you that either they know what the plan is, like there's like a straight, drawn out plan, or like they're just kind of theorizing. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times movies will hide shit in it with symbolism. So who knows? But let's see. Trev says, "Creepy, you think the aliens will allow AI to run rampant?" Seems like Earth is pretty popular. I don't know, man. This whole situation with aliens and stuff, I don't know what to think about it. Because, you have people that are very prestigious, right? Who have a lot of credibility. I'll use that word. Saying that they've seen things fly in the sky that they know isn't anything that they have, and nothing that they're even aware of. So I do believe there's something going on that we don't understand. Is it alien from another planet? I really couldn't even tell you, because I've seen so many different things, and my opinions on aliens have changed a lot over the years. Like when I was younger, maybe let's say 10 years ago even, I was like, yeah, bro, this aliens are going to visit us one day and we're going to just fucking upgrade, and then they'll teach us like the meaning of the universe and all this shit. Because remember, Travis, me and you would watch some of these videos, man. Me and my boy right here would be high as fuck, just stoned out, watching YouTube videos way back in the day, man. When we were younger men, and sitting up fucking watching videos talking about the Galactic Federation will come to Earth in the year 2022. I was like, boy, I can't wait. Oh my God, I can't wait, man. Then finally, people stop being dumb. But obviously, 2022 is come and gone. So, yep, that didn't happen. But then again, maybe it did, and we don't know. Maybe it only happened for a certain select few people. But one thing that kind of tripped me out, though, aside from like, I have a theory that aliens are similar to demons. Like these are spirits you can like call upon, I guess, like tap into. And some people, when they do certain substances, they see a lot of the same things. So who knows what the fuck that is? The clockwork elves and all that, and the weird, shadow figures and stuff. But look, I heard about something when it came to Antarctica over the years. And from what I understand, right, and I could be totally wrong, but allegedly the theory is that there's something or someone down there in Antarctica that's kind of like ruling the world. You know what I'm saying? And this someone or something is frozen in ice. You know what I mean? That sounds crazy, don't it? But, it came up a lot, came back up at least when they had, I think it was in 2017 when all the world leaders went down there, and the Pope and some other people too went down there. And they were meeting over something, but also like there was some talk that there's something down there that's like kind of encased. You know what I'm saying? Like something that is frozen in time, essentially. But from what people have said, and have you guys ever heard of remote viewing? This is why I kind of think it might be true. And if it is, I really hope it's not true, to be honest. But, the only reason why I think this might be true is because, remote viewing and then psychic abilities, that's a real thing for sure. That's why like people have deja vu and stuff. Some scientists try to like dismiss it and try to put it down and be like, oh, it's just like a phenomenon with your brain. It's just kind of like implanting memories and all that bullshit. Like, nah, bro, there is some like psychic stuff that people can tap into. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you think the visions were happening in the Bible stuff? They try to say, oh, it's because they were doing this and that. It's like, nah, bro. There is a mystical side to life that we don't quite fully understand. But you know, you look at people like Edgar Casey looking at past life regressions and stuff in their cache record, and then remote viewers who can like see objects from across the world, you know, like, and they've proven that this is possible because they've had experiments where they had something somewhere and they had a person say, describe what you see, and they can't like see it like they're looking, like how you're looking at the screen right here, you're seeing what I'm playing, like, oh, okay, this is a little building and this is a doorway, but you can see the letters, you can see the colors, you can see like how it's put together. They would just see like, oh, they would see like the shape of it and see that there's a doorway or something, and maybe they would think it's a gateway or a portal or whatever. So it's always up for interpretation, you know, it depends on their perspective. But they have been able to, certain people have been able to see things, right, from far distances, and definitely not even being right there to witness it, you know. So this shit's real. And I will say, from what some of these people have said, they said that they see something that doesn't look human down there in Antarctica that's frozen in ice. Now, that could be totally misleading and totally wrong. Don't take my word for it. You know, look this shit up for yourself if you're curious about it. But that's just what I've heard. And especially on like, they got a show called Coast to Coast AM that comes on around midnight, you know, our time, Central Standard Time. But y'all should check that show out, man. They don't talk about the same stuff every night. But every now and then you might catch something, you know, right like that. You know what I mean? They might be talking about some shit like that. So, you know, and by the way, I think every Tuesday or every other Tuesday, they have like a health segment where they have somebody come in and talk about like national health and all type of stuff. So, you know, that might help out some of y'all. But yeah, that kind of fucked with me a little bit whenever I saw that, or whenever I heard about that, like people were seeing stuff that did look human, and there was a couple other people that saw the same thing, and I was like, yeah, there's some type of being or entity down there in Antarctica. So that's some weird stuff, man. Really weird stuff, you know. But I'm gonna tell y'all the story here in a second. Travis said the Watcher. Yeah, basically. You said I projected out my body sober and high as wild. Yeah, I remember that. He said it's like that movie you showed me years ago, Into the Void. I love that film. Yep, pretty much. Well, didn't he die at the beginning of that? And that's why that happened. I ain't seen the movie in so long. And you know what's funny? I never even finished that movie. I never watched the whole thing. I never even watched that whole movie. I'm glad you reminded me about that. Let me see. Let me pull it up, see if it's on Netflix or something still. Let me see. Into the Void. And that movie had just kind of came out around that same time, too. 2009. So they have this on... Damn. I mean, they got it on Amazon Prime, but... Damn, they ain't got it on Netflix no more? 'Cause that's where I saw it back in the day. The most on Netflix. Oh, well. That was a cool little movie, though. Straight up. Yeah, he died. Yep. Chris said, be careful with astral projection. Another entity can hijack your body during it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, too, for sure. You know, when you're not there. And then imagine sharing your body with something else. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of wild. Travis said he basically went through a whole death and rebirth cycle. Oh, like at the end of the movie? So reincarnation, basically. Yeah, I wish it was on Netflix because I could watch that mug tonight or something. But maybe one day I might go back to it. I got a bad habit of like starting a movie and not finishing it just because, you know, the movie has to be really... I'll put it this way. It ain't even about the movie. I have to be in the right kind of mood, you know? Like, it could be a really, really good-ass movie, but if I'm not in the mood to, like, sit down for 2 hours and just watch, a movie for 2 hours, then I'm probably not going to finish it. I don't know where that came from, man, because back in the day, I could sit back and watch a movie all the way through, but I just be having so much on my mind and so much that I'm trying to do and even things I got to do to where it's difficult to do one thing for a long period of time. Like, even a stream, you know, obviously, if it wasn't for me talking, you know, it'd be kind of difficult, but yeah. It's hard for me to do something that doesn't feel productive for a long period of time, I should say. And definitely nowadays, man, watching a movie, I just feel like I'm burning my time up. And that's just me, though. I'm not speaking for everybody else. But for me, I get anxious when I'm like doing anything for too long and I haven't like made no type of progress, or I'm not doing something productive, you know, as far as like what my goals are and stuff. I start getting fucking anxious, bro. Like I get really anxious. I'm like, man, what am I doing right now? I need to get up and do something. I'm wasting time, dog. Straight up. And I didn't used to always be this way, man. As I've gotten older, I'm like, yeah, time is definitely ticking, for sure. Fucking crazy shit. But anyway, y'all ready for this story, man? Y'all still up for it? Y'all still up to hear the story? Now, this references back to what Chris said earlier in the chat when he was talking about, you know, the AI bots being embodied, basically. Because, like, it can happen to a lot of different things, right? Including dolls. And I use that word specifically. Y'all want to hear the story? Y'all still up to hear this? And why the fuck? I thought I had did I not go over here yet? It says Nasty Nork, but what about this one? Isn't he the boss? Hold on, let's see. By the way, y'all like the video, man. We talking about all type of shit over here, dog. Hit the like button. All right? Y'all ain't gonna get this kind of information or even this kind of conversation anywhere on YouTube. Okay? And if so, man, prove me wrong. Tell me where else you gonna be hearing the conversation like this while playing the game. Who you know, but who you know fucking playing the game, playing the old ass game like this, talking about aliens and fucking governmental corruption and fucking all type of shit, bro. Where you gonna find this? This is a one-stop shop for entertainment, dog. And information, education, all that. Oh, it's a fucking egghead. Get your ass back here. Hold on. Where'd he go? Look at him burning out. Boy, he's zipping off. Zippity-doo-dah, head ass. I hate them things, man. Yeah, he juked me. Oh, see, I could have took a little. I could have been at him. Get him. Come on, dog. Get this motherfucker. This asshole. Come on. Take this shortcut. Got him. Got your dumb ass. Yeah, bish. And I'm feeling way better today than I did yesterday, man. Yesterday I was all stopped up. My head was hurting. My nose all fucking stopped up, boy. My allergies was kicking my fucking ass yesterday. I was feeling all the way tore up. I had no energy for real. And not to mention, I really didn't get that much sleep either, so it was all bad yesterday. But I'm feeling like my normal self, you know what I mean? This is how I like to feel. I'm pretty much, I feel like this on a regular basis. That's why I'm always active and streaming and doing shit. But like yesterday, boy, it was tough. I ain't gonna lie. I had like 3.5, about 4 hours of sleep, and my allergies was acting up. Boy, it wasn't fun, but we still made it happen. Dog. Let's see, Trev said during the whole film it showed him as his consciousness floating above Tokyo. He flew to a location where his sister was at, and she was sex worker. Damn. They had a pretty weird relationship. Shown through flashbacks. Okay. Yeah, I need to watch that for sure. But that's basically the whole what word am I looking for? That's basically the movie in a nutshell, right? In a nutshell. But anyway, y'all want to hear the story? I think y'all probably forgot about it by now. Some of you guys probably are delayed on the stream as well. So if you guys are hearing my voice, as of me speaking and saying this, it is 10:40 p.m. So whether it's 1:40 a.m. for you or fucking the exact time as me, 9:40, 3:40, whatever, it should be 40 minutes past the hour as of hearing me say this. And if it's like 41, 42 or beyond, y'all got to catch up on the stream. That might be a little bit behind. There we go, there we go. So they also brought up the Tibetan book of the day as well. The main character was high on DMT when he died as well. Now that part I do remember. I do remember he smoked something right at the beginning of the movie. And then he died. I do remember that. Okay, Chris is still waiting on that story, big dog. I got you, bro. Okay, so look. Let me pause it so we don't have no distractions, no music playing, nothing like that. Because this shit's heavy, bro. This shit is heavy. And I've had a whole lot of other weird experiences, happen in my life like this. What's up, Free Melly? You said, how are you so thin? You talking about my character here? Talking about Spyro? Is that what you saying? You talking about Spyro, dog? How do you get so thin? Is that what you saying? Let's see. But yeah, no, this happened when I was a kid. I had to have been like maybe like 3 or 4 years old. I was hella young, like maybe 5 at the oldest. But I was extremely young. All right, hold on, Free Melly. I gotta tell the story real quick. If you're still around after I tell the story, Free Melly, I will tell you how I did this. Okay. But look. So I didn't really understand nothing about this kind of stuff when I was young. Yeah, Paper Spyro, exactly. But look, check this out, y'all. So just like we were talking about earlier, how AI, you'll have AI robots that really don't have a spirit or a soul, and how something could like take it over. Let me tell y'all something. The reason why I believe that's possible is because of this one thing I went through, right? And there's been other little things that really kind of were like here and there, but this one stood out in my memory so strong. Like I never will forget this my entire life. But so this was like I don't remember what time of year it was. It had to have been like maybe summertime because, we was in and out the house and stuff. But check this out. Free Melly, come on, bro. Why you being a hater, dog? He said the story sucks. Is it not? Yeah, no, it's not related to Spyro. Nope. But listen, you obviously are new to my channel, so you don't know how we do over here, dog. We talk a whole lot. I do the game streams pretty much for like just, hanging out, kicking it, shit like that. The game is basically a backdrop. We play the game for sure, but yeah, it's half and half. Free Melly said, because you take it 5 minutes to start the story. Yup, sure is, though. No, but good observation, Free Melly. Smart. That's smart. You're a smart person. They said, because you taking 5 minutes to start the story. You're right. You're right. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to the point. So look, basically, and I sometimes I got to preface it with shit. You know what I mean? I got to, create the foreshadow, but also kind of like, what's the word? Drum up the energy for it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to just say it, just fucking throw it out there like all flat. You know what I'm saying? You gotta jazz it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Make it interesting, because it all comes down to how people tell stories. And maybe I don't tell stories in the best kind of way, but hey, that's just how I do it. So anyway, so look, my dad wasn't really the kind of person to do this, but my mom would buy like fucking holiday themed stuff all the time. We had like a Santa Claus stuff, all this stuff, right? Back in the 90s, man, I was really into what's it called? Them like animatronic stuff. That shit was so cool to me as a kid. Like I loved the little, you press a button and it like speaks and moves around. That shit was super cool to me when I was like 4 or 5 years old. But check this out. My mom had one time bought like this little witch for Halloween, right? A little witch decoration. And it couldn't be no bigger than a Bluetooth speaker. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe think about like a video game case. If you stack like maybe 2 of them tall, it wasn't even that tall. You know what I'm saying? So like maybe it wasn't even a whole foot tall. This little figurine was. One day, bro, this was past Halloween. My mom was putting up stuff. She just had this sitting out on the table in the dining room. Tell me why, I'm a kid and I like to go around and explore shit, right? I was always adventurous and I still am. I go places by myself all the time. I don't even think twice about it. But check this out. Fucking, I was outside playing and my mom, either she asked me to get something from inside the house. Less backstory. Come on, Melly. I'm going to give the backstory, dog. You can't tell me how to tell my story, dog. You tell your story how you want to. I'm going to tell my story how I want to. Okay? I appreciate the feedback, though. Anyway, check this out. Either my mom asked me to go inside to get something, or I just fucking took it upon myself to go inside the house. Either way, I was in the house, right? I was in the dining room, bro, and all the lights were off. This motherfucker right here, this little witch statue, witch figurine, whatever you want to call it. Tell me why I was in there. And I forgot exactly what I was doing because, this thing distracted me so bad that I can't remember to this day what the fuck I was in there to do. But I was standing in the dining room and this fucking thing turned on by itself, started making noises I had never heard before. Because I used to play with this thing. I thought it was cool. It was interesting to me. So I was very familiar with the functionality of this, the whatever this was. This motherfucker turned on, started making noise, almost like a distorted, like kind of like, when like sound is like clashing, like when you're making music. No, it wasn't a Ouija board, bro. You got to pay attention to stories, Melly. How you gonna give feedback on a story you ain't listened to, dog? It was a witch. It was a little witch. Like imagine an animatronic witch doll figurine thing. All right, not even a foot tall, like something you can like stand outside your house for Halloween, and then people walk up to it and then it starts like to move and talk and shit. It was one of those, and it was up above. You don't believe in spirits? Well, you better believe, dog, because it's real, and it really don't even matter what you believe because the shit's real. It's basically like saying I don't believe the sky is blue, but that don't mean shit. It really don't. So anyway, this motherfucker started talking and moving by itself, and I didn't touch it, didn't press it. And the thing is motion, like detective, whatever. But this thing was way up. Like my mom had it like on top of some boxes, and I'm like 4 or 5 years old, so I'm like short as shit. I'm like maybe 2 feet, 3 feet tall, something like that. So I barely even like could stand up tall enough to even be at eye level with the table. But this thing was like way up in the air above me, and it turned on. And the reason why I knew something was wrong with it, there was 2 factors to this, okay? First of all, the noise that it was making, right, was nothing I've ever heard before in my life, especially coming from this device, this toy or whatever you want to call it. I've never heard this noise before. It wasn't like a shriek or a scream, but it was like kind of like a garbled up, staticky, weird ass noise, almost like a malfunctioning type noise. You know what I mean? It started doing that, like just making weird noise. It wasn't because normally we like laughing, a little witch laugh and saying it might say something like "Hey, Halloween" some shit, whatever fuck it be saying. This thing didn't even speak words. It just made a noise, and it was loud. And then its eyes. This was the second part that fucked me up. Its eyes turned a color that I had never seen before. Because normally when it turns on, its eyes like I think was like green or red or something. Its eyes was a different color. And its eyes are always one color. You see what I mean? Like every time it turns on, no matter what, the eyes always are a certain color. This thing's eyes was a different color, and it fucking was making a noise I never heard before. I ran up out that fucking house so fast, bro. I stood there for a second like I was paralyzed. You know what I'm saying? I stood there and looked at the fucking thing, and I was like, what is happening right now? And I'm looking around, and I'm in a dark-ass, house. And this was when I lived in the city, so this was like a big-ass house, right? Back on the south side. Travis knows what I'm talking about, them houses back then. Dude. And unfortunately, today the house is torn down, so even if I went back there, I couldn't even like see the same house no more, which I'm really mad about. I wish they would have kept the house around. But anyway, cool ass house, man. It had like a fucking 2 front doors, a deck and everything, had an upstairs and all that. It was a cool house. But look, so I was standing there and I saw the thing turn on and do what it did. And there's nobody else in the house but me. Okay. My mom's outside. The only thing that crossed my mind was like, I need to get back to my mom. Like that it freaked me out really, really bad. You know what I'm saying? Because imagine that as a kid, like, you're 3 or 4, maybe even 5 years old. And, you know what I mean? You're standing there and this thing just starts tweaking out and you didn't do nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? And look at Free Melly, bro. Free Melly, you out of touch, my dog. You out of touch, my dog. Straight up, man. You said maybe somebody was pranking you and never told you? Really? No, bro. That's not how that. You can't. Listen, my mom or nobody knows how to rig up a fucking, like, little statue thing to make it do something it never does. That nobody was pranking me, bro. But listen, you can have your theories and everything. That's cool. You're entitled to your opinions. I'm telling you firsthand experience what I witnessed and what I went through. Okay? This shit was really crazy to me, and I never forgot to this day. But you talk about you don't believe in spirits. I'll tell you another story where someone I know, I'm not gonna say who it is, but they went to a room. They was praying over their house. Thank you for that, Lunar Equity Gaming. What's up, man? Appreciate that. Shout out to you. But look, somebody that I know personally was, praying over their house, right? Because, well, I'm not gonna go off into why, but they walked to a certain room. They cleared over every room. They prayed over every room in the house. And this person doesn't ever even talk about this kind of stuff. This is how I knew it was real, because they don't ever talk about the spiritual side of life or nothing like that. They're not, I know they believe in God, but they don't like ever go off into it. They don't talk about it nearly as much as I do. And I don't even talk about it a lot. You know what I'm saying? But this person went to this particular room and they were getting ready to approach the room, like walk into the room. And the doorway is open, okay? The door is open to this particular room. And they're in this home alone, right? This is a full-grown adult person in this home, in their home alone, right? And they walk to this room, and as they're approaching the room, getting ready to pray over it, right? Like they've been doing all across the entire house, they walk to this room, and something knocks them on their ass. This person doesn't know what it was. There was nobody there. Nothing physically touched them outside of like whatever it was. But like, no, I'll say this: no object touched them, but they felt an impact. They felt something hit them, like right in their chest, and knocked them. And they moved back. They didn't just like, how somebody might slip and slide on something and fall down, or like fucking, like they show in cartoons, they slip on a banana peel and go like whoop, they just fall right down where they are. This person got physically knocked back, like, pushed back from where they were. You see my point? So, yeah, they were walking to the room and fucking got, boom, knocked back out the way. When I heard that, bro, I got chills. Because thank God I've never had nothing like that happen to me in my life. But that's not the first time I've heard of somebody being moved around by something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say who this is either, because I don't, they probably don't want me telling their business. But I know another person who was like literally picked up and slammed by something that wasn't, that they couldn't see. I'll just put it that way. I don't want to say something that wasn't there, because it definitely was there. But they got physically lifted up off the ground and slammed down. You understand my point? So, yeah, I mean, Free Melly, that's all right, bro. You can think whatever you want to, dog. I'm not even going to read your chats because I see the type of mindset you had. You know what I mean? Can't trust your 3, 4-year-old brain. Yeah, bro. So then what do you believe in, Free Melly? You got any belief system? Do you believe anything? You just think it's all in imaginations? I'll just put it this way. Actually, no, let me ask you this. Free Melly, how old are you? How about that? How old are you? You said, because I'm not going to agree with you? You don't have to agree with me. Like I just said, that's your opinions, bro. You're entitled to your opinions. I don't care what you think. But what I'm telling you is, you can have an opinion and still be wrong. You know what I mean? You said, I've been alive 32 years and I don't believe none of that BS. So, like, look, do you have a belief system? Do you believe in God or anything at all? Or are you atheist or what? So I think that has a big impact on your, perspective on it, right? And like I said, you can think whatever you want to, man. I'm not trying to tell you what to believe in, but what I will tell you is there is something going on. There is a mystical side to life. There is a spiritual aspect of life, 100%. Because what do you think happens when people die? You think we just fucking die and that's it? Or if you believe in science, you know that matter can't be created or destroyed, right? So anyway, Trevor said, now spirits are legit. He was at my house during a winter storm. We were in the living room watching music videos. The blanket we were using sometimes was running. Something was running underneath. We thought it was a mouse. Yeah. Dude, there's a lot of weird shit happening around your house, man. Straight up. Even with that cat that died, that got ran over outside. See, look, we got stories for days, dog. So, Melly, you can think what you want, but maybe just because you haven't experienced nothing like that in life doesn't mean that you're right. You see what I'm saying? That's something you got to think about. You know, a lot of people's opinions are real biased because they're like, well, it didn't happen to me or whatever the fuck, so therefore I don't believe it. And that's cool. I understand that. I definitely understand people's perspective and point of view on that because, you know, it's hard to believe in something that you've never witnessed yourself, or hard to think that something is real that you've never seen evidence for. So I get that. I'm not going to knock you for that, Free Melly. But what I will say, even though you're 32 years old, it doesn't mean that you lived a whole lifetime. So imagine, you know, if God blesses you to see it at the age of 90 or 100, I'm sure you might come across something in those within that time frame. Let's hope you don't, though, to be honest. Let's hope you don't. I think if you're staying out the way and not getting involved in bullshit, you know what I'm saying, then you might be okay. And even then, man, you know what's funny? I've heard people say this, and I definitely agree with this, that the devil pays attention more to the people that are doing, like, the best as far as, like, what they should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the devil don't want to fuck with dumb people or idiots or people that are not useful in some kind of way. The devil wants to try to capture the ones who are, you know, close to God, or the ones who do believe in God. You know what I'm saying? That's literally, and I agree with that. You know, people who are just wandering around doing dumb shit, the devil's like, okay, cool, they're doing what I want them to do anyway, so let's let them keep on doing. But the ones who get messed with are the ones who are actually trying to, you know, get close to God, seek salvation, all that type of stuff. I really believe that. And sometimes, you know, the devil will mess with you through people. Maybe just because nothing happens to you directly doesn't mean that the people in your life don't get affected. Because you might have people that you encounter that are basically, you know, either influenced by bad spirits, evil spirits, or they are one themselves. And they just come into your life to distract you, throw you off, you know what I'm saying, negatively influence you, all type of shit. Straight up. Straight the fuck up. Free Millie said, he's nothing. Said, just a person living in the world. I wouldn't have to believe in God if it was real. That doesn't even make sense. You wouldn't have to believe in God if it was real. Do you believe that water is a liquid? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? You said I would just agree. Well, I mean, whatever. You know, it's your opinion, dog. It's okay. You said you think you're more special than an animal. You think when an animal dies, it's bouncing around in the spirit world, rabbits and shit. What kind of question is that? I don't really follow that train of thought. That logic isn't making sense. Do I think I'm more special than an animal? I mean, we are definitely different than animals for sure. But what do you think, Melly? Are you like I hate to assume shit about people, but like, are you a vegan or something? You said you're not an atheist, but then again, you said you're nothing. So I mean, that's basically kind of what an atheist is. You know what I'm saying? They don't believe in anything. Anyway, you said if it was real, I would have experienced it. You ain't special. I mean, shit, to be honest with you, I never said I was special. I wish I didn't see this kind of stuff, to be honest with you, but, you know, me saying that I've seen these kind of things in my life doesn't make me special. But I will say it definitely gives me a unique perspective on this stuff. So, but Free Melly, man, what's up with all the hostility, bro? I feel like you having a bad day or something, man. I don't know. I'm picking up like a weird vibe from you. Trevor said, bro, you remember that photo I took of my mom and there was a Rick Ross looking dude was screaming through TV and TV was off? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I remember that. I remember that. See what I'm saying? And look, ghosts and weird anomalies have been caught in photos for a long time. That's been a thing for hellas. You know, aberrations and shit like that. Oh, another thing too. I'm not gonna ever name names because I don't want to put these people out on blast. But someone I know as well, was a kid growing up, and they said they saw a reflection of themselves. I'm gonna keep this one short. They saw a reflection of themselves, or, like a shadow reflection, right? That didn't have a head. Like they could see their whole body, but their head was missing from their shadow. You see my point? And they were standing like right in front of a wall. They walked in the room, and at one point they could see their entire shadow. And then when they looked back up, I think they said they heard something or something. Something happened to make them kind of like look. And when they looked up, they looked at their shadow, and their head was gone off their shadow. Now that one, I have no idea why that was. But that's another weird ass experience. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to prove nothing to you, Melly. You know what I'm saying? You could think what you want to think. So look at this. Look at this. Hold on. You say it's all your feelings, your spirituality is your feelings, not God touching you. God touching me? Who? You're saying stuff that nobody ever said, bro. You said like if you're filled with happiness, it's your own feelings, your brain, not the Holy Ghost. See, look at this. Who even said this stuff, bro? Who said this? You're just kind of like throwing stuff out there. It's a way for people to cope with life. That's why you need God. If you don't have God, you have less a reason to live. For some people, you can be strong without the Lord. I mean, yeah, you can be strong, but dog, there's really no loss in believing in God. That's the whole point. Like you didn't lose nothing for believing in God. You know what I mean? You literally lost nothing. But if you don't believe in God and you deny God, then you do lose. Because in the case that God is real and you just deny that he is real, right, that God exists, then I would rather not be on that side of it, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's always stuff happening every day to show evidence for God, straight up. I don't know where that comes from, Free Melly. I've never seen somebody be so adamant about denying God. That's weird. And even in a way, it's like you're trying to be insulting at the same time. That's weird, bro. You're coming from like a weird, like your approach is real weird. If you were trying to convince me to not believe in God, then you're fucking up. I'll just say that straight up. Like you're not providing like a convincing argument for your standpoint. All you're saying is you're wrong and it's just all in my head. And yeah, okay, bro. Look at this. He said, you're wrong just like you're wrong about the ghost. Okay, yeah. You can think whatever you want to, dog. He said, Free Melly, you talking shit, but you have no experience. Exactly. You've never experienced something like this. On things that call it bullshit, until you experience it, you won't understand it. Exactly. Free Melly said, I have no experience because it's fake, bro. I bet you believe in the mediums and ghost hunters. I bet you believe in the mediums and ghost hunters. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even watch some shows. I know they got TV shows like that, but we got to keep it real. A lot of them motherfuckers are fake and phony. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those people just be making up shit, doing random goofy bullshit. But then again, there are some times where it's possible that they're really, tapping into something. You know what I mean? But no, it's real. It's 100% real. So look, if you want to talk about somebody who's wrong, Free Melly, you wrong, dog. Like I said earlier in the conversation, just because you have an opinion about something doesn't mean that you're correct on that. It is definitely a reality of the fact that you can think something and be totally fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Especially when you look at the dichotomy of the fact that I've experienced stuff and you haven't, and then you just say it's not real based off that. But I'm telling you, like, yeah, it most definitely is. Then I think one has more weight to it than the other. If you think about it, bro, what I'm saying holds way more weight than anything you're saying. Straight up. But I respect your opinion. It's just you're wrong. You're wrong about it. Straight up. You say if he's real, I'll be in heaven either way, so I'm not worried. Why do you think you're going to be in heaven, Free Melly, if you don't believe in God? So because you shouldn't be believing in spirits, you too old for that? Too old to believe in God? Is that what you said? What? I'm liking this conversation, man. I never get into no conversation with nobody like this on my channel. This is amazing. You know what I mean? Every now and then I get a troll, but usually the trolls don't be talking about shit. At least this person's, talking about something, kind of, sort of, but they're trying to make a point. But it's more than just like somebody who's saying like, "Oh, your music sucks," head ass. Like, "Oh, this beat is whack." Because Free Melly, I like you, bro, In case you didn't know, man, I do music shows, so I was gonna say you should come by sometime. Okay, you can hang out there for a little bit as well. I don't do a whole lot of talking during the music streams unless I get off into like a tangent. But you can come on through for the beats and shit like that. Come on back for that, man, and chill for the vibes. Are you familiar with the NPC Free Melly? You know anything about that? Let's see, you said talking about ghosts you saw when you was 4. Yep. I remembered it though. It stood out in my mind. So they are all fake and phony, every last one. I definitely believe a lot of them are, yeah, for sure. So just like that dude that said he got pushed down by a ghost. Well, see, I didn't say if it was a man or a woman. See what I mean? I didn't say who it was. I just said someone I know experienced that. And they didn't get pushed down. You gotta pay attention, Free Melly. They were walking towards a room and something like almost like in fucking Star Wars. You know in Star Wars how Jedi's got fucking the Force and they be like, shoo, and they can force push your ass back. That's what this person experienced. You know, they didn't use that analogy, but the way they described it, I can imagine that's what it was like. Like boom, fucking force push, boom, knock your ass back. You know what I mean? Imagine walking around your home, right? And I'm just saying this to everybody in the chat, dog, even the ones sitting way in the back not typing nothing. Imagine you're walking around your home, you live by yourself. You're like, oh, it's my nice home, my sanctuary, my domain. You know, how peaceful, ain't nobody around me to bother me or nothing, disturb my peace. I'm chilling. Let me go here into this room. And then like literally you walk into the room and something fucking knocks you out the way. And you're sitting there confused and fucking like rattled. And you're like, what the fuck was that? And you can't make no sense of it. You know what I mean? Like you can't understand how or why that happened. Man, boy, that peace and serenity you that peace and serenity you had at once upon a time goes out the window real damn fast. You start to feel real kind of funny. You're like, oh shit, am I not the only person in here? Like, what the hell? That could fuck with you, bro. This person I'm talking about too, man, they was like, yo, can you just come over here real quick? Because I just fucking, something just happened to me. I was like, okay. And I drove over there and they told me what happened. I was like, in a way, I didn't even want to be there at that point. When they told me what they just had experienced, I was like, yeah, I kind of want to go back home now. I kind of want to get the fuck up out here. Like, hell no, bro. You said, what happened? In here? It happened here? Like just a minute ago? Today? Okay, well, thanks for telling me. I gotta go. I got somewhere to be. Like, where you gotta go? Out of here? Shit. The fuck? I gotta get the fuck out of here. Shit, you get knocked back by something, bro. I don't want to be around that. Who knows what the fuck that is? This is wild. I'm not gonna lie though. And even listen, the person too, when they were telling me about it, they started crying. Like this person I know, they're usually very optimistic. Like you guys know me, I'm very positive, very optimistic, and I'm realistic to the point where like shit will piss me off. People irritate me. I'm not like fucking just always smiling, happy, no matter what. But this person I'm talking about is usually like they're way more like happy-go-lucky than me. And when they sat me down and started talking about this, as they're talking about it, they started getting choked up and started crying. And like they were having like difficulty even like conveying the story to me. And I was like, oh shit. And I started getting like chills. Like you could feel the whole energy shift, like the vibe totally shifted. I was like, yeah, okay. Okay, this ain't like a nice story here. You know what I'm saying? Trevor said, bro, I experienced everything I talked about. How are you going to dictate what I experienced? You weren't there, bro. You were agent of chaos. Talking about Free Melly. Exactly, man. You can't discredit people's experiences, Free Melly. Just because you don't agree or don't believe in what we're saying, it doesn't mean that what we're saying is just made up bullshit. You know what I mean? I mean, it's easy for you to assume that because you don't know us, right? I totally get that. Like, for all you know, we could just be making this shit up. But, my integrity is very important to me, and my reputation matters a lot to me. And I have people in the chat right now that know me in real life. You know what I'm saying? And even some people probably watching me in the back, not typing nothing, that know me in real life. So, if I'm lying, man, they can call me out. But I've seen and experienced some crazy things, and I've heard from other people shit that they've experienced. Matter of fact, Travis, I think I told you about this too before, but I'm gonna tell the chat real quick. Y'all remember them toys, them Furbies? They were like the toys from the early 2000s and shit, the Furbies. The little fucking plushy little, I don't know what kind of creature would they be considered? But anyway, a Furby, a Furby, Furby, a Furby from back in the day. Check this out. Now, at this point, I had to be maybe, I don't know, like 9 or 10 years old. And I had one of them little Furbies, I thought it was kind of cool. Now, my Furby, I remember this distinctly as well. My Furby was, no, not the McDonald's toy free Melly. I'm talking about, look up Furby, bro. You're 32 years old, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because you're close to my age. You know what I'm saying? I'm 34. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about, dog. Not no damn McDonald's toy. You grew up at the same time as me. You had to have been born like what, 93, maybe 94 at the latest. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, not the little McDonald's toy. I'm talking about like a legitimate Furby, like one that you had to get from the store that was in the big box. You know what I'm saying? The one that be talking to you and shit. Got the little scanner thing on his forehead, whatever it is. I remember the McDonald's toy. I remember they had that too for a while when they had that craze of Furbies when they was all over the fucking place. You had a couple. Well, see, I only had one. You said you had one, then you say you had a couple. Okay, I guess we'll go with the last thing you said. But anyway, mine was red and black. All right, it was red with like black dots on it. Like kind of a spotted one. I thought it was cool. I was like, yeah, I like this little thing, man. It could talk and shit, and like you could teach it how to speak. I had never seen nothing like that in my life at the time. Like that was just a brand new type of toy. But this was like years later, and I hadn't really messed with this thing in a long time, and the batteries were out of it, right? Because you want to take batteries out of electronics. You don't want to leave them in there for years and years because they can corrode, they can start to leak, it can be a problem. Okay. So anyway, the batteries were taken out of it way prior to this, and I stumbled across it one day. I was like, oh shit, my Furby! I remember this thing. And this was like years later. I had to have been like in high school at this point. So I had it when I was about 9 or 10. And then uh, I was like, yeah, shit, maybe 16, 17 years old, something like that. I was in high school for sure. And one day I came across it going through some of my old things. And like I said, the batteries were not in this. I might even been 18. I don't know. I forgot. It was a while ago. But I do remember this part. I picked it up. I was like, hey, look, it's my Furby. And the thing, it had his eyes closed, right? And the fucking thing opened its eyes, started blinking, and started going like meow, 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 making like that same weird, like kind of glitchy, distorted noise. Like it had like this weird. I can't. I wish I could describe this. Actually, you know what? I could find it. I could find it. I bet you. I bet you. I bet you I could find this. Now this could be literally just like a weird phenomenon. This could be an anomaly. It could have been that the Furby was like, I don't know, still had some electricity going through it. I doubt it. I doubted that it was fucking like 7, 8, 9, 10 years later that they will still have electricity going through it. But who knows, man? Who knows? Because them things already had like a lot of weird controversy. Talking about they were spying on kids and stuff because that little thing on his forehead, Some people are saying it's a camera. Well, let me see. Furby glitching out. Let's see if I can find this. I gotta find the original one though, because they got these other Furbies that have like LED eyes or something, like electronic eyes. Well, basically like screens. My Furby was like it looked like a straight animatronic from Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, let's see. It was almost noise like that, almost like that. How that you heard that weird electronic sound? Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Yeah, this one's from 1998. What a strange toy a Furby was, man. What was up with that? I'm not gonna lie though, them things was kind of cool, and they remind me of y'all remember that movie Gremlins? That old ass movie Gremlins. That's what it reminded me of. Like a Mogwai. Like a Mogwai. Yeah, from that movie. Let me see, is it gonna do it? I don't see it. But yeah, they do they still have Furbies or something? Because they got a whole bunch of different kind of iterations of this thing, man. They got one called Furby Connect, and they got this big ass one look like an owl. Let me see. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna read the chat here in a second. Where the fuck is it? Furby glitches. So who knows, man? I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know where it came from, but it was really a strange thing. Let's see. Travis, you said they had a gizmo? Talking about from the movie? The character from the movie? They had a Furby like made after him or something? I kind of like that, but more like electronic sound type noise. But yeah, no, the thing's eyes popped open, and I think I had like took the mouth out of it or some shit, like just was taking it apart. But the eyes popped open and just made this weird ass noise when I picked it up. And it was, I mean, it could be a coincidence that when I picked it up, maybe I triggered something. But that motherfucker turned on and started doing shit when I picked it up. After years and years and years of not even like messing with it. You know what I'm saying? It was so fucking weird. Hella weird. And I got a lot of other stories too like that, but you know, I could be talking about this shit all day. Let's see. Let's see. Free said, no, just keeping it real, son, talking about dumb shit. I mean, it's dumb to you, but it's not dumb to everybody. See my point? Like who we have earlier. That was shout out to the new sub we had earlier. Let me see. Let's see here. And we had somebody just come through named Spiritual Adam. Shout out to you too. Appreciate that. They sub to the channel as well. Let's see if I can find their name here. Yeah, Lunar Equity Gaming. Yep. I mean, they found some type of use in the conversation. They even subscribed to the channel over that. You know, so I appreciate that. Damn, they got Spyro as their background. So look at that, bro. They play this game even right now. As of 7 hours ago, they're playing this exact game I'm playing. I'm looking at their channel right now. So they really like this game. They got it all on their channel, and they still was like, bro, I like the conversation though. You know what I'm saying? I like what you're talking about and everything. But anyway, let me ask you, Melly, what's your favorite game on the PS1? Let's start there. I'm curious. Let me catch up with the chat though. He said, waste of time. Spyro's better to talk about, not ghost pushing people down and fake ghost shit. He salty as fuck. I would have walked through that ghost push. I mean, yeah, you can't say that because you never experienced that. You don't know what that shit could do, bro. Talk is cheap, man. That's all I'm gonna say. And you better not. I'll say this: be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. Okay, Free Melly. Talking about you would have walked through the fucking ghost push. The fuck? Like what? Anyway, says sound like story time. Yep. There's levels to these entities. Strength, my G. Exactly. Yep. He said, now Haven, even if you are in the middle of a cemetery, if you get scared, it's because your emotions, a ghost ain't finna scare you or push you out the cemetery. I mean, who's to say? I've never had nothing, super crazy happen to me in a cemetery, but then again, I don't be fucking walking through cemeteries. I don't hang around cemeteries. Travis said, bro, I used to hang out in cemeteries. I mean, back in the day, me and him used to like go, we would skip class and we would go to the cemetery and we would like duel. Like we were really into anime back in the day. And me and my buddy here, man, we would straight go to the cemeteries. Like we would skip school, jump out that bitch, run over to the cemetery and like fight. You know what I mean? Me and him would just like straight do combat. That shit was hella fun though. I ain't gonna lie. I miss them days, bro, man. We was young and shit, just jumping around, doing all type of shit. That was a good times, man. Now we're both dads, we got a family and everything now, life is different. But we're still the same kind of people, just more wisdom, what I'm saying? More life experience, more wisdom, more discernment, you know what I mean? More responsibilities, you know? But it's all good, man. Time moves forward. Exactly. I was just about to say, it's definitely more complex now than it used to be. Simpler times, he said, yep. Freeman said he wished it was real. Tell him to go to acting school if he finna cry about some fake. Who's crying, though? What are you talking about? He said, yes, I can. If it's not possible, I can discredit it. I mean, you can't, though, because you can't disprove it. You literally cannot disprove what we're saying. You have nothing to disprove it with. You know what I'm saying? We can agree to disagree, but for sure you can't just say, oh, it's made up. Oh, it's not possible. You are not the arbiter of what's possible in life, Melly. Okay? I hate to break it to you, bro. In case you didn't already know, dog, you don't know everything. You don't know everything. And common sense ain't common. You know what I mean? And actually, at the same time, common sense doesn't disprove it because common sense would tell you, hey, a lot could happen. There's a lot of things that just because you understand doesn't mean that it's not real, right? No offense, bro, but I think that's a very ignorant standpoint to have, and it's very limiting. It's a very small-minded way to look at life because just because you've never seen proof of something or you never experienced something yourself firsthand doesn't mean it's not real or not possible. Like, unfortunately, a lot of people that think that way, I'm not saying it's necessarily that you have this kind of life, but a lot of people that think the way you do in that case, they don't really amount to shit. You know what I mean? Straight up. Because if you have that kind of limiting belief where all this isn't possible and all you can't do this over here and this and that, then, it's all about how you look at your own life. What do you think is possible? Look at what has been done and what has happened and understand that if it's happened once, it can happen again. Okay? But unfortunately, a lot of people that think like that, and like I said, once again, it might not be about you. This might not apply to you, Free Melly. But a lot of people that I know that think that way, they hold themselves back. They're usually like their own worst enemy because they have a lot of doubt. You know what I'm saying? They just doubt everything. They're super fucking cynical and very what's the word? What's the word? I'm looking for another word, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. They're just real skeptical. There we go. They're skeptical about every little thing and they just don't believe in nothing. Not even themselves. But anyway, Free Millie said, I'd say it if you were next to me. I don't entertain no BS. I'll go watch a scary movie if I want to hear some scary shit that ain't real. Yeah, I don't even watch scary movies, man, because a lot of shit's kind of weird to me now. But hey, listen, and if I was right next to you, I would say the same shit I'm saying. You know what I mean? Straight up. I mean, the people that know me in real life know exactly how I am. You know what I'm saying? So I believe you would say it. For sure, I believe you would say it, but I would say it right back. I would say the same shit I'm saying now. Anyway, he said, here we go with the ghost stories. Yep. So how come you have all these experiences and I never had any? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, if you wanted to, Free Melly, I'm not advising you to do this, but if you really want to see something crazy, go ahead and mess with a Ouija board if you're brave. Go ahead and do that. I think you right away will be like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done this. You know what I mean? Straight up. But look, I'll put it to you this way as well. A lot of the most richest, most powerful people on earth are definitely not atheists or agnostic. You understand what I mean? And there's a reason for that. A lot of these people, they worship something. They follow something. And they have reason enough to believe in something, right? Whether that's God or the devil. You got a lot of satanic people out here in positions of power, but they're not just walking around saying, oh, yeah, it's all fake and all that, blah, blah. No, they believe in something. They be holding rituals and praising something. So I'm not saying you got to be that way because they do it, but I'm just letting you know. Think about that for a second. If some of the richest, most powerful people on earth, right, and you don't get to that position by just being a complete fucking dunce head, you know what I mean? Just unaware of everything that's happening around you. They know something. They're aware of something. Enough to the extent to be in a position that they are in life. And if they're doing something to maybe even further their, position in life by following some type of thing, like how people say you sell your soul and all that type of shit, I would never do that, but some people have done that. And they're I guess compensated, right? There's an exchange happening. So, but I mean, no matter what you say, Free Melly, I'm going to think the way I think, and I'm sure that no matter what I say, you're going to still think the way you think. Unfortunately, I believe you're one of those kind of people that just have to learn. I'm not going to say the hard way, but you're just going to have to learn for yourself. You know, you're going to have to go through some things within your lifetime. And 32 is still young. You got a long life ahead of you as long as you play it smart. You know what I'm saying? You say, I love how you're going to tell us about Paper Spyro, knowing you're going to go into this for an hour. Well, look, you're the one that had a conversation about it. I didn't expect to get all this feedback from you. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate it. I like the conversation. Okay, it was a special edition one, Travis, the Gizmo one. I didn't know nothing about that. Melly said, if maybe Legends of the Dragons or Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh, Legend of Dragoon. Okay. Really? What? Okay, so is it because it's turn-based, though? You like turn-based games? You said, I wish for it. I don't know. I don't even know what the context was for that one where you said, I wish for it. Remember, so you said, letting any ghost creep up. I ain't worried. Okay, I mean, that's good. That's a good mindset to have. Free Million said, unless it's that old lady at the end of Insidious, I ain't worried about shit. He said, not her, though. Any ghost is cool, but that bitch. Not the bitch at the end of Insidious. Not her. I can understand. You said your friend was crying while telling a story. Well, I didn't say who it was, but yeah, they started tearing up for sure. You know what I mean? Someone I know. Someone I know, I'll say that. Travis said this whole conversation should be turned into shorts or a segment. Hey, it might. It might. Yeah, pessimistic. Yep, that's another word for it. Freeman said it doesn't mean a person doesn't amount to shit by saying that what's obvious. I believe traveling to space and landing on the moon, that's dang near impossible. You talking about 100% impossible? Well, no. No. Neither one of those are true. Because, look, so I'm not even talking about space, right? But the reason why I said that way is because usually the way a person looks at one thing is the way they look at a lot of things. It may not be the way they look at everything, because two things can be true in this sense where somebody has an opinion like you do, but they're still successful in life, where they're productive, where they have a lot of, self-assurance, a lot of high self-esteem. They believe in themselves to a high level. You know what I mean? That could certainly be true. But a person who doubts things, right? Not just anything. A person who has all these doubts, especially about something who, you got people telling you experiences they've had and stuff they've gone through, and then you come around saying, oh, yeah, it's all fake, all made up in your head. That kind of person like that, like I said, it may not be about you, but I can certainly say that most people I've seen like that, they're skeptical about so many things that they don't, like a little simple shit they don't really believe in. You know what I mean? You'd be like, yo, you can do this and get this, or this is possible here and there. And the person's like, nah. It's always a nah, you can't do that. Nah, that ain't real. Nah, what the hell is this? No, that's fake. You know what I mean? So, something else I was going to say too, and I just fucking forgot. What the fuck was it? Damn. It might come back to me. Anyway, he said, bro, talking about Ouija board, nobody's scared of that shit besides people like y'all. I mean, I'm not afraid of it. I just know not to mess with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even remotely interested in fucking with a Ouija board. But look, if you want to be, proven right or wrong, go ahead and mess with a Ouija board. I'm advising you not to. But if you think that's the only way you can see what's going on out there, then go ahead, but do it at your own risk. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? Travis said, you talking ish, my guy, but one day you might experience some weird shit that's going to challenge your outlook. Exactly. Because look, Melly, the way you think now is not the way you're going to think for the rest of your life. You must understand that. Whether it's about aliens or ghosts or any fucking thing, unless you're just going to stay stuck, right? Just stay stuck in the position you're in with your mindset and like the same level of knowledge you have today. Unless you plan on dying with the same level of, just fucking knowledge and information that you have now, then for sure your mindset will change. It may not change in that kind of way, like I said. You might die still not believing in ghosts. You know what I mean? But let's say you live to be 80, 90, or even 100 years old. You got fucking 60 plus years, 50, 60, maybe even 70 years ahead of you. And if you think about what you've seen and done in 32 years, just double it up. You know what I mean? Double it up, bro. You never know. You never know what you might go through. Life is very, very tricky and very funny, and especially about teaching people lessons. And I don't wish nothing upon you, my friend, Free Melly. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I wish you the best of luck in life in any endeavor you ever do. But I will say that life has a very interesting way of showing you things, okay? Teaching you lessons that you might need to learn, or just throwing you curveballs from time to time, obstacles to overcome. See what I'm saying? So, there you go with that. Even like Travis said, he said, challenge your outlook. Exactly. Yep, challenge your worldview. Uh, be careful what you wish for. Yep, it's a fact to me, not an opinion. I mean, listen. People will be like, "This is my truth," and this is, bro. It's not a fact. If it doesn't apply to everyone, then it's not a fact. See what I'm saying? A fact of life is something that just is what it is, no matter what. Okay. But there's millions upon millions of people, possibly even billions of people on the earth that have experienced some type of supernatural thing. So you can't say that it's a fact what you're saying. You really can't. Because first of all, you're not everybody. And second of all, you've not done everything in life. So, you know what I mean? You said that is your truth. I ain't telling stories. I'm just keeping it real. I mean, you're not really keeping it real because if you were, to be honest with you, you're being like intellectually dishonest. You know, because you're not considering the fact that somebody could literally go through something. And it's like that's like you saying, if I touch fire, it doesn't burn me, so therefore it's not hot. It's just a fact that fire is not hot and it won't burn you. You see my point? But when you talk to somebody who's got like fucking third-degree burns and missing half their face, they like, bitch, say that lie again. You know what I mean? So just because this applies to you, bro, doesn't mean that it's the 100% truth in reality. It's not. That's your truth, Melly. You understand what I mean? But I feel very confident in saying that, yes, it is an unequivocal fact that ghosts are real. Maybe not in the way they portray in movies and shit like that, but spirits are 100% real, okay? 100% real. I was going to ask you something, too, and I totally forgot what it was, but let me see. Oh, well, I'm sure it'll come back up. I'm sure it'll come back up. You said otherwise, I'd shut the fuck up. Well, no, I don't want you to shut the fuck up. You could say what you want to say, bro. My channel is all about freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? I definitely feel like that's an important thing, especially to have open dialogue and conversation. Because if you censor people and fucking try to shut them down and, you know, people are afraid to talk and be, you know, speak their mind and shit, then you won't know really what they think or what's going on. And you never know. You might learn something too. You might learn a thing or two from somebody. Because if they're not talking, then there's no communication. There's no information being shared back and forth. So, no, I don't want you to shut up. Even when you came up in here hostile earlier, most people probably would have banned you or timed you out or some shit. I don't really do that on my channel. Like, it has to be something incredibly egregious for me to be like, oh, we got to get this dude the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? But most people, bro, they say whatever they want to in my chat, and I'm just like, okay. You know? And I believe that, too, what you just said. He said, I don't care. I have like 10 accounts. I can come act like a new person every day if I felt like it. I feel like you're somebody who's come by my channel before and you're kind of portraying somebody else, to be honest with you. Because most people, especially if you were new, probably would have been left. You know what I mean? That's the funny thing about the internet, too, is you never know who you're talking to, man. You never know, bro. They have burner accounts and everything. Straight up. So I don't doubt that. But that's another reason why I don't ban accounts and ban people, because it's like, bro, they just make a fucking bot account, pop right back up in here. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's like that serious to them. Like if a person really has nothing else to do, nothing better to do, just other than to fucking go troll somebody and maybe possibly find entertainment from that, then they gonna come back, they gonna walk their ass right back up in here and start trolling again, man. I've seen it happen many times. But luckily it don't happen a whole lot on my channel. For one, the channel's small, like we have less than 1,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? On average I have, you know, anywhere between like 3, 5 to maybe up to like 10 live viewers at a time. On the music streams, we get more than that usually, but yeah. I'm aware that the channel doesn't have a lot of traffic, but yeah, we don't always get trolls. So it's not that typical. And even if we did, shit, I wouldn't care, bro. It's fun to me. It's fun to talk to the trolls. Let's see. Somebody needs to tell you instead of entertaining that BS. What do you mean? He said when people entertain that you believe it and then you tell all these dumb stories in the future. I mean, they're dumb to you, bro. They ain't dumb to everybody. So who cares what you really what you're saying right now? You know what I'm saying? They may be dumb to you, but that shit really don't mean nothing because they're not dumb to everybody. And even if they were, listen, let's keep it real. Even if they were dumb to everybody, right? This would still be something I've went through an experience. I wouldn't see. I'm not like everybody, Melly. I don't think you met somebody like me before, and if you have, then that's great. Because I'll just put it this way: I'm not the kind of person to be discouraged from talking about stuff just because people are like, yeah, he's stupid, he's saying dumb shit and blah blah. I'm like, because I know how to self-regulate and self-check, and I can assess what I'm saying within my own, you know, criteria of like, is this crazy what I'm saying? Is it fucking? Am I saying something that's abnormal? Like I have a very good rationality when it comes to things. So just to put it plainly, I could be talking about something and be like, and then have like basically what I'm talking about now, and have a whole bunch of people kind of criticize it or come down on me about it or fucking like scold me maybe. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is wrong with you? If anything, I'm gonna look at them funny because I'm like, all I'm doing is saying something I've seen and experienced, and then you're kind of attacking me for it. I'm like, that's a little weird on you then. That makes you the fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? Because listen, I would never discredit nobody with what they're saying. Whether I believe them or not is a whole nother story. I can listen to somebody, talk about anything and be like, interesting. I would just keep that in mind, take it in consideration. But I'm not going to necessarily just jump to believe them just because they just talking about it. It depends on what they're saying, especially if it's something I can relate to. Then I'll more than likely believe what they're saying if it makes more sense on that kind of level. Which is probably why you don't believe what I'm saying because you've never seen nothing like that. And that's just a very biased point of view because it just never happened to you. But like I say, man, it's okay, dog. It's okay. You are entitled to your opinion. But see, that is your truth. I ain't telling. Oh, we already read that. You say that people like you are the reason priests and ghost hunters shows exist. Not really, because I don't even watch some shows, bro. I'm not their demographic. I'm not even remotely interested in that type of shit. It's not even entertaining to me because I've seen a few episodes of different shows and it just feels kind of like goofy. You know what I mean? It's just kind of goofy. Some were entertaining on some level, but I never was sitting there like, oh shit, this is real. And then getting like creeped out and freaked out about it. I'm like, oh my God, they're talking to ghosts. Oh shit. No, I just be watching it like out of curiosity, like, okay, what's going on here? What's this about? I give things a chance, but some things don't really hold my interest. I'll just put it that way. He said, no, that's your paranoia, the same thing that has you believe in spirits. Well, I'm definitely not paranoid. I'm just aware. There's a big difference. Melly, I don't know. Well, I'm not even going to say that. Yes, there's a big difference between being paranoid and being aware, okay? It's like saying going into a war zone and being afraid to get shot in the head. No, you're not paranoid, motherfucker. You're aware that you could literally be shot in the head. You know what I mean? You're in a dangerous area, like you're in a war zone. Something could happen to take your life. It's actually foolish and dumb to go out there and be like, don't be paranoid. You'll make it back. You might not, motherfucker. You might go out there and get your whole damn head blown off. You might get blown to smithereens and be blown to pieces and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not funny, but it's just funny how some people think because they be like, oh, it's paranoia. No, it's realistic. I'm aware that somebody could go out, make an account, somebody that knows me that's trying to fuck with me, right? And I really don't have nobody in my life that I'm aware of that would do some shit like that, do some like silly childish shit like that. But I mean, hey, it doesn't really matter to me, no way. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. It could be anyone, man. Anyone behind that name, Free Melly with the little squirrel icon and shit could be anybody. You know? It could be anybody. Straight up. But yeah. No, it's definitely not paranoia. It's just called being fully aware. That's how the internet is, bro. I've been on the internet for a long time, man. Long time. And shit, with you being around my age, if that's the truth, if what you say is true, then you know as well as I do. You know what I mean? Does that make you paranoid? No, it just makes you aware, like I said. But it seems like Melly, you got some hostile energy, bro. He said, nothing to troll here, son. Might as well tell you the truth. If you block me, I accept it because I usually don't come back around to lives. Okay. What's that supposed to mean? He said, just saying blocking is not effective. I mean, it is and it isn't. You know what I mean? Because some people won't even go through the trouble of making another account or doing all that stuff because not everybody knows how to do that for one. And not everybody wants to take the time to do that. Somebody might come in here on a bad day, not on my stream, but like anybody's stream, on a bad day, being a fucking bitch, being an asshole, whatever, just being stupid and silly, right? And whoever's hosting the show might not take kindly to that, or even the mods in the chat, you know? And they'll be like, oh, get this motherfucker up out of here. And they'll be like, damn. And this probably won't ever come back. Probably won't even try to go through the effort of making another account or whatever the fuck, and that's it. You know what I mean? And on top of that, too, nobody likes being blocked. Some people seek it, and those people are kind of weird, in my opinion. Like, those are the kind of people that's into BDSM and shit. That's why I think. Like, if you go around the channels, like, in the hopes of getting blocked, then you're a fucking weirdo. Straight up. That's some weird shit. You like to get your balls stepped on and shit. You know what I mean? But nah. I personally don't block people just because I don't have to. You know what I mean? I'm very laid back and chill when it comes to stuff like that. Obviously, I've engaged in conversation with you for hellas, despite the fact that you've been somewhat disrespectful to me. You know what I mean? But you just on the internet, dog. You're just another person on the internet. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the conversation. I try to keep it friendly. Friendly. Let's see. Uh, you said I have bro, y'all are similar telling your ghost stories. You saying you got a brother? Yo, Melly, where you from, man? Let me ask you that. What part of the earth are you from? What country you from? And by the way, y'all like the video, man. I normally be saying double tap the screen and shit because I be making so much music. But we ain't doing the mobile stream today, or at least not right now. Maybe after this I will, after this level or something like that. But yeah, like the video, y'all. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, all right? We talking about all type of shit over here, dog. Where you gonna find this on YouTube, dog? Where you gonna find this? Is somebody engaging someone who is like I guess a pseudo troll? And I mean that in the nicest way possible, Free Millie. I mean that like no sarcasm, bro. I feel like you kind of like a troll a little bit, a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because you have a. It's not that you're just disagreeing. That's cool, but you're kind of like being disrespectful about it. You know what I mean? Or you're being antagonistic. I think that's a better word to use. You know, using words saying my dumb stories and all this other shit. Like that ain't right, bro. Like I don't take offense to it, but you know damn good and well that if somebody was talking to you like that in front of you, you'd be like, hey man, what's your problem, dog? You know what I mean? Or you probably wouldn't want to talk to them. But see me, you know, it's the internet. Like I said, it don't bother me. But I will just keep it real and say that's out of line, bro. You know what I mean? I never not once called anything you doing and got going on and saying is dumb. But I will say that you're wrong. Straight up. But anyway, let's get the likes up, y'all. We're going to pause for the cause, all right? I'm going to get some more of this green tea. All right, I'm back, y'all. Appreciate y'all patience, man. Let me see. He said, I would have left after you told me how you got paper spiral, but I stuck around to tell you the truth. Burn the sage to keep the spirits away. Hell no. Oh, I miss all this shit. He said, I mean, I guess it's entertaining, but now I'm older, so I just shut all that shit down. I'm too old to hear your lame ass ghost stories. I mean, but you're still hearing it. You're still here listening to it, and you coming back with rebuttals and all that feedback. So apparently, you're not too old. You know what I mean? You just lied on yourself, bro. Come on, Melly. You got more integrity than that, right? You just straight lied on yourself, dog. Said he too old to hear my lame ass ghost stories, but yet you are still here. You know what I'm saying? And look, I'm actually starting to like you, bro. I actually appreciate you being here by the show. But just keep it real, dog. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, you say you're from Florida. That's what's up. Let me ask you about Florida, man. What you think about that? What you think about Florida? Like, how long you been living there? Did you move there? Was you born there? So I thought about moving to Florida because where I'm at, I don't like the winter time here. I fucking hate I'm at the point now where you talking about being too old for shit. I'm too old for this damn snow. Okay? I'm too old for the ice, the cold ass fucking weather. Hate this shit. Like the summertime too be getting kind of damn hot, but it's bearable. You know what I mean? It's bearable, but wintertime is a whole pain in the ass. And I know for a fact Florida don't ever have no winter times like here. Straight up. Because I'm in Missouri, dog. We don't we experience all four seasons. Okay, I'll just put it that way. Hold on a sec, y'all. Pedantic. Pedantic. Okay, so let's see where we at. Oh shit. Uh damn, Travis said Florida man, it makes sense now. Man, what you mean by that, Travis? That's because I'm not saying ridiculous shit. I mean, in a way, you are. You said the type of shit you're talking about is what motherfuckers talked about when they were 18. Ghost stories come on. Holding on to those fake ass stories people told you and retelling them. Haven, where you from? Oh, I don't care. LOL. You have anything useful to add to the convo? How you gonna ask them a question and then say you don't care, bro? You actually do care, Melly. Melly, you trying to pose as like a person who's like indifferent, but you care a whole lot. I can tell, and for that I appreciate you. Most definitely do. He said, bro, you off bath salts right now? I don't know. I don't know what, you know, with the internet being the way it is, man, people could be anything from anywhere doing all type of shit, you know? It could be bath salts, it could be weed, it could be some other shit. You know what I'm saying? I think he's coming from a contrarian point of view, you know, just to kind of push back on everything I'm saying. I don't think he's on drugs. Melly, you don't seem like the kind of person to me that's on drugs, at least right now. I don't know what you do in your free time, but I think your conversation is relatively coherent. You know, just you're not making a whole lot of sense, but I feel where you're coming from. Anyway, let's see. You said I've been keeping it real the whole time. Right? No, I believe that. I believe you saying what you really believe to be true. I most definitely do. But like I said, a person can think all type of shit and still be wrong. You know what I'm saying? You can think all type of shit. You can be like, "Isn't this what it is?" It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. But also, I want to ask you this too. What's your birthday, Free Melly? What's your birthday, man? See, whole life, Haven, you was doing basketball that messed with your brain. That's why you was having those experiences. No, you know, funny thing about my friend here, he doesn't do any type of hard drugs, nothing like that. Straight up. I can tell you that for a fact because I grew up with him. You know what I'm saying? He's not that kind of person. Now, I do have some friends that I know and even associates too that fuck with like crazy shit, right? And I've never really delved off into none of that because I'm the type of person where, you know, I'm self-aware enough to know that if I like it, I'm going to want to keep doing it. And so there's some things I just never fuck with. You know what I mean? Especially when you hear people talk about like, oh, it's amazing, you feel so good, and oh, this and that. I'm like, yeah, I'm not fucking with that because I want to do it every day, and I'm good. I'm good. That's why you got crackheads out here. You got coke heads, people that do dope and all type of shit, man, because it gets a hold of them. You know, they start fucking with something, they like it so much, they get addicted to it, become dependent on it, and they get stuck. And I said to myself, yeah, that ain't finna be me. That ain't finna be me, dog. I'm good on that. Let's see. Add to the convo, you just straight up trying to insult. LOL, can't say anything towards the argument because you know it's BS. That's what I thought. Twiddling your thumbs. You think I care he's where he's from? I mean, you do because you asked. You brought it up. You say you're sober right now? Try to say he's high on life, but those things I experienced are real. Yep. Unlike your goof ass. I was referring to that dude in Florida that ate that homeless man's face. Oh, that was crazy. You remember that? Yo, Free Melly, you should definitely know about that, man, coming from Florida. That was wild as fuck. What was it, like 2012 or some shit? Wasn't that 2012? That was insane, dude. The black dude, man. Making us black folks look bad and shit. I mean, I'm light skinned, but still. It's making us look crazy, bro. That's some shit that white people probably would do. But this dude he got butt naked out in traffic, was high on bath salts apparently, allegedly, and attacked a homeless dude under a bridge and ate skin off his face. That's fucking wild. That's really damn wild. Then they had to put him down like a rabid dog, man. Melly said, duh, I'm not dumb. That's how I know you're not from Florida still talking about that shit. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. He said, I do whatever, son. I was doing coke a couple of days ago, son. I ain't seen no spirits. Well, nobody said you would see spirits doing coke. What the fuck? But do you, man? If you like to do coke, that's what's up. He likes to drink coke, y'all. He said, dude's about to get let out of jail. Who? Who you talking about? You talking about the dude that ate the man's face? Say what? I don't think we're talking about the same person then, bro. He said, well, they already did. I haven't been keeping track of it. I ain't paying, son. I get it for free from friends. Yeah, look it up. No, no, dude, he's dead. The dude that ate the dude's face is gone. He's fucking gone. Like, it happened all within the same day. He attacked the dude. He was tripping out. The police did what they had to do. He ain't in jail. That ain't nigga dead as fuck. He hella dead. Yeah, look up what do they call him? Like the Florida zombie or some shit. Black dude, man, with cornrows. Yeah, he's dead as fuck. He been dead. Long ass time ago. Nah, you must have been hearing about something totally different. Travis said off the white girl with no nasal passages and the drips. That's what they say, man. Some of these politicians be doing that shit too. Be all coked up out their mind. Straight up. Straight the fuck up. But yeah, you didn't say nothing about Florida, dog. I'm trying to learn about Florida, man. You've been living there, so you can tell me about it. And you didn't say what your birthday was. Anyway, let's see what else we got to do here. This place is a fucking maze. Oh yeah, and GTA 6. Dude, that's gonna be cool as fuck. Melody, what you think about that, man? They're gonna showcase a part of your state. That'd be crazy if they did one from Missouri. Like have some of the countryside, like Kansas City and St. Louis and shit. Oh, here we go. Is that Nork? Is that Nasty Nork? I think it is. No way, they got a modded GTA thing with St. Louis in it? Damn, see, that's why I wish I had a PC that could run games like that, man. I would check that shit out, that's kind of cool. Now, of course, he's gonna keep on running. Did he just take me in a circle? What the fuck? Oh no. Well, I can't go back that way anyway. Oh shit. Damn. Come on, dog. What the fuck is this about? What's happening here, bro? We had the key. What is this? Oh, I gotta get the key again? That's goofy shit, but I gotta fuck. Oh my god. Look at this fucking game, man. Ain't that a bitch? There we go, there we go, we got him. No, I didn't forget, bro. It's your job to remind me, though. You know what I'm saying? You're the one that want to know. Damn, we got game over, dog. Look at that. Hold on one second. Yo, I gotta ask you, Free Melly, what's up with your name, man? What inspired your name? Your YouTube account name. Where'd you get Free Melly from? All right, let's see. Appreciate y'all patience. Let me see here. Like I said, you think I stuck around to talk shit to you? In a way, I do. For the simple fact that, if you talk about, you want to know about the Spyro thing, about, oh, I got hiccups. But yeah, if you want to learn about the Spyro thing, man, if you're as old as me, like you say you are, you're familiar with the internet, right? And if you really, really, really wanted to know and you didn't like the conversation that we was having, then you could have just looked it up, save yourself all the trouble and the time, and could have been up out of here. You know what I mean? I actually don't want you to leave. It's kind of fun talking. But yeah, you could have been looked it up. Oh, look at that 8825. No fucking way. Wow, look at those numbers, folks. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? That's synchronicity right there, boy. That's crazy. Anyway, let's see. You out of touch. Why you ask that? You asked them, am I out of touch? Why you ask that? He said YNW Melly. So you saying they should free Melly? Talking about the dude that had his friend set up? Is that what you're saying? See, this is damn analog stick of a controller, man. If I had like a brand new controller, this would have been hella easy. I could whip these corners like it ain't nothing. I was like on these left turns, boy, they'd be fucking me up. See, right there. Shit gets stuck. Come on, bruh. Come on. Get this dumbass. There we go, bitch. Alright, let's see. Trevor said I knew it. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Said no shit, Florida shit. You don't know nothing about that. No Florida shit. Wait, no shit, Florida shit. What? Bro got murdered on his mind. Exactly. Now he's locked up for offering his friends. Yep, exactly. That's what I just said, too. He said, oh, you're one of those Google it people? Gotcha. Should said that a long time ago. Haven, his second trial, haven't even started. Quit hating. Now it's free Melly because I want him to be locked up. Well, that's counterproductive, don't you think? If you're saying free Melly, but you want him to stay locked up, then wouldn't you say no free Melly or not free Melly? What the fuck? That's backwards as hell, bro. You talking about common sense. Talking about common sense, dog. Yo, this game's glitched out. Holy shit. Look at that. I had the key, as y'all could see, and yet it didn't let me do what I had to do. Now we gotta do the same shit over again. Motherfucker. We got him right off the bat, too. Look at that. This key better work, dog. This motherfucker keeps shooting at me. Come on, dog. Unlock this bitch. What the fuck is... What the fuck? Yo, this is insane. This is insane, dog. Holy shit. Oh, what? Word? For real? Wow, okay, that's my bad. I had a different key. Okay, this gotta be it. Actually, I don't think I even went this way yet, did I? Yeah, not fully. Although this is probably the way they want to... Yeah, okay. Alright, come on. I'll get back to the chat here in a second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I get this big back motherfucker right here. Come on, big back. Don't be running like that, man. Get your ass back here, boy. Come on, dog. Get this ass whooping. You know what's weird? I don't even know how to fight this dude, man, because he just keeps running. And my dragonfly is fucking dead, too. That's all bad. I mean, as long as he don't attack me, we should be alright, but still. That shit crazy. Motherfucker. Oh my goodness. You know, we're talking about Google and all that type of shit. I'm finna look this up. So where we at again? Nasty's World. Let's see. Good nasty. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I always thought I thought his name was Ganasty. Shit's hella funny. I'm like, Ganasty Gnork? Ganasty Gnork. Okay, Nasty's world. Let's find out. What the hell is this, bro? It says he's gonna lead me somewhere, but I don't see him taking me nowhere other than in a fucking circle. This is dumb. This is dumb as hell. Wait, how'd they do that? Hold up. Let's try this out. We're gonna try it. I mean, you would think it would be that straightforward, right? Just to run up to him and attack him. Anyway, let's see. Travis said not hating, bro, on King Von timing. Yeah, no, that's true. 6 to 7 years, no conviction. Sarcasm, bro. Just like you asked me that question, come on, common sense. That, yeah, I think they should let him out. My name isn't keep Melly locked up or put him away for good, I mean. Triple X, oh yeah, Tentacion is a better rapper to me, or Denzel Curry or Kodak Black when it comes to Florida rappers. Then Melly said, no, maybe Kodak, but Melly's still better. He said, X is lame as fuck, Denzel Curry ain't shit either, all I know is his song Ultimate. Well, see, I don't follow none of this stuff, to be honest with you. I don't follow none of that, you know what I mean? I'm just aware of Melly in his little situation, to an extent. I don't really study it. You know, that's his business. He's locked up for some reason. Bunny said, yes, I'm off work. Orin, you were in the background of my stream all night. That's what's up. So you was hearing the conversation, Bunny? What you think about all this stuff we was talking about? I'm glad to hear you had a good stream. You know what I mean? Welcome back to the chat, Bunny. Free Melly said he's on a second trial, going on 7 years, not convicted. Well, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about it, but what I did hear is that he has friends set up. You know, he was into some strange stuff. You know what I mean? I wouldn't cape for a dude like that personally. You know, but maybe you know more about it than I do. Motherfucker, bro. This guy's irritating me. Straight up. We gonna get him though. Who knows how many attempts it's gonna take, but we gonna get him. We gonna get this asshole. Come on, come on. Stay on him. Come on. Come on. There we go. Finally, shit. Yeah, of course, we love the platforming in this game. Keep it rolling, keep it rolling. Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me, dog. Where's the checkpoint at? Holy shit, this game did me dirty, bro. This game just did me dirty as hell. Oh, my God. No. Why? Why? Oh shit, why, bro? This fucked up ass game right here, man. This is bullshit. I'm pissed. We did all that for nothing. Get this dumb ass dude, man. Like, what the fuck? Oh shit. There we go. Took goofy ass. Alright, come on. We gotta go to the next one. Ay, 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 man. Where's that again? Over here. Well, you know, you can't shoot fire while you're running, bro. Melly, have you played this game yet? I don't think you have. Because you can't shoot fire while you're running. Even if you hit the button. It ain't gonna work like that. All right, come on. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That little tip right there, Melly. Shout out to you, bro. Shoot the fire first and then run. I'm gonna try that. Thank you, man. I'm gonna catch up with the rest of the chat here in a second. I just saw that pop on the screen. Come on, dog. Let's hurry up and get this dude, man. Good thing my dragonfly is at full health, but then again, if we fall in that lava, it's over. That's a one stop. That's a one time chance thing. Yeah. Oh, oh, man. Jesus Christ. Come on. Oh, dog. Shit, see, we're too far behind. Come on. Okay, cool. We barely made that. That was barely. Now, let me see the chat, man. Free Melly, that's pretentious. He said, "You're welcome, buddy, for making the stream interesting." He said, "You shoot the fire." Yep. Free fire. Got you. Yep. He said, "Quit running for a sec, shoot fire, then run again." Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. I know what you meant. Oh, my God. No, you fucking... All right. All right. All right, yep. Yep. God dang, boy, I tell you what, man. I tell you what. This motherfucker right here. God dang. Oh, one second, man. 1 second. Okay, now as soon as I get this dude, man, I'm hopping off this shit. I'm gonna do a music stream, and then we're gonna call it a night after that. All right. Yeah, no, you did start the dialogue, Melly. I mean, in a way, you know, we was already talking about all type of stuff before you got up in here, but yeah. In a way. This little dirty bastard, man. Look at him go. Look at him keep on going. You motherfucker, bro, I swear. There we go. Yeah, give me that damn key, boy. Oh, let's do what we gotta do, man. Do what we came to do. We gotta be extra careful when we get to that lava shit, though. It's crazy. Like I said, no, me and Orange Streams lit this evening. Facts. Big facts. Hey, yo, Melly, what's your birthday, man? What's your birthday, dog? Your birthday in the summertime, in the fall, spring, what? Your birthday might be around mine, to be honest. Oh my God, dude. Oh, man. No. Fucking asshole, bro. This is fucked up. Ay. He said all that jumping and flying is making me slower. Well, look, man, I'm doing what I'm shit. I appreciate the advice, but if I just try to keep on running, man, I'm gonna fall off. So I'm just trying to make sure I don't fall off into nothing, bro. We trying to get this going here. This is some tricky shit, though. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, September. That might be actually around my son's birthday. September what, though? Come on. Oh, shit. Yeah, we ain't trying to do all that. Get your dumb ass, make it, boy. Hey, come on, come on. I got him. Hit him on them curves, man. Too much info. I mean, shit, I'll tell my birthday, bro. Everyone knows my birthday. I know everybody else's birthday in this bitch. Ain't nothing. What do you think? I'm gonna fucking look you up or some shit? I don't even know your name, dog. No, I don't need your social security, bro. You know what I'm talking about, man. Quit being silly. People, I hate when people do that. They're like, yo, you know all this information. I'm just asking, bro. Conversation, shit. See, if you want to, you could lie about it. Like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to know? Like, what the fuck? I would hope that people would have integrity, to be honest, but some people ain't on the internet, especially. Alright, there we go. Thank God, bro. We fucking made it. Oh my God, we did it. Holy shit. Amazing, dog. Did we beat the fucking game? Did I just beat this game, bro?
Sorry I took so long. Almost forgot about you guys.
Look at Spyro head ass. He said Ganasty. Ganasty Gnork.
Now there's order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Well, mostly. I've still got some treasure to find.
No, we
What
don't.
will you do next?
What will we do next?
Say the sky's the limit.
Head ass. Boy, look at it. Shoot for the stars, looking ass. We did it, y'all. We fucking did it. I knew I was going to beat this game fast. I can just tell. Man, when I was a kid, bro, it took me forever to beat this shit. You know what I'm saying? It took me forever to beat this damn game when I was a kid. You know, maybe I was like 7 or 8 years old playing this. Something like that. But yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah, look at that, man. Look at that. We fucking did it. Okay, so next, obviously, you know, we're going to have to jump on to, you know, Spyro 2. Rip those raids and all that. But we're going to have to save that for another day, another stream. You know what I mean? So let's check out the chat real quick. Belly said, I don't even put my birthday in my accounts or email, son. So you think I'm gonna willingly tell you my birthday? I mean, you already told me the month. You know, I don't think no big deal. You said 191. It's my birthday. I feel that. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too, though. Like on certain websites, like they're like, are you old enough to go to this website? Like, let's say if I'm looking at something for like, it could be anything, bro, for real. You know what I mean? Let me see. What would be a good example? Like, you know, when you order weed gummies offline, you know what I'm saying? They'd be like, are you 21 and up? It's like, yes. I definitely am. You know what I'm saying? Or you watching, not watching, looking at like tobacco sites. Not for, I don't smoke no more, but like when I did, I would try to see what like cigars I can get, shit like that. But a lot of stuff is hard to get on the internet. Straight up. A lot of shit you can't really buy for real. Let me see here. Somebody asked me a question, said no. Buddy said he trolled just like you. So damn, even Bunny thinks you're a troll. Buddy said I bought this shit years ago, still haven't beat the first one. Yeah, bro, my lady, she had got me this game way back when it came out for Christmas. You know, like Christmas of 2018, she got me this mug. And when I saw it, I was like, wow, what the hell? I haven't seen this game in like 20 years almost, you know? Because like I said, I played this game back in the day when I was a kid. And yeah, 2018, she got this mug for me, and I just never played it till now. Because I'm the type of person, man, I got like, I guess you could say ADD or some shit when it comes to games. Like I jump around. If you see my channel, occasionally you'll see a game back to back like days in a row. But a lot of times I'll just jump around, you know, like from one thing to the next. I don't know. I really can't explain why I'm like that, but just what I do. That's what I do. A game really has to hold my attention. But even at the time, when I first got it, I think I was already playing. Fuck, what was I playing at the time? It was something. But I was already playing a whole bunch of other games, and at that time I was like, I'll hold off on this. I didn't expect it to take fucking 7 years though to play this. This game been out since 2018, man. At least that's when I got it. I haven't even touched it once until like what, 3 days ago. But yeah, we did it. We freaking did it. I don't remember the game ending that way though. Like when I played the original as a kid, I don't remember the yeah, I really don't remember that kind of ending, but I guess that's how it was, right? Because the game's basically supposed to be made exactly how it was originally. Just with updated graphics and mechanics, I guess. I didn't platinum. Oh, no, Melly, see. Yeah, I can tell you don't know me, bro. I don't platinum shit. Definitely not. Like, usually once I beat a game, I never come back to it. Like, it's rare. The game has to be really, really good for me to want to play it more than once. Like, Doom Eternal, we was playing that recently. I beat that game before. Let's see, Ghost of Tsushima. I beat that game at least twice. And I'm thinking about doing it thrice. You know what I'm saying? This triple is nice, you know? But, speaking of which, yo, you seen about that Ghost of Yote shit? What you think about that, Melly? You be playing games on PlayStation, or what console you got? I'm assuming you got a PlayStation if you played this. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is hella good. Dude, that game is fucking a masterpiece, bro. So you excited for Ghost of Yote? Okay, yeah, you said it's gonna be dope. Did you see, Melly, did you see, and everybody else in the chat too, did y'all see the state of play from, what was it, yesterday? The PlayStation state of play? Did y'all see that shit? Melly said, I play single player old PS1 games usually. Okay, that's what's up. Well, other than Final Fantasy Tactics and the other one you mentioned, Legends of Dragoon, right? What other ones like really are interesting to you as far as like the classic games? You said I'm not excited for it. I just know it's gonna be dope. Oh, I'm excited for it. I'm definitely excited for this shit because Sucker Punch is a good ass company. Like I never played any of the Sly Cooper games back in the day, but I did play Infamous. Okay, I played Infamous 1, 2, Infamous Second Son, and all of them were good as fuck to me. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty much my introduction to Sucker Punch games. But when Ghost of Tsushima came out, and that was during the pandemic, when everybody was supposed to be on lockdown and shit, boy, I was playing Ghost of Tsushima. You could say I didn't even know what was happening in the world, man. I was so immersed into that game. Ghost of Tsushima will like forever be in my memory bank for like one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had playing the game. Like just when you get past that initial phase of the game where like, you know, the beginning and then the part where like you gotta get your armor back and your sword and all that, you know, you gotta sneak around. Once you get past that part and actually get out into the world and start exploring and officially start your journey, that's when I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like the graphics were cool as fuck at the time, and I was playing on PS4. You know, and it looked amazing. The gameplay was like way better than anything I've ever played with a samurai game. Okay, everything, bro. That shit. Ghost of Tsushima is legitimately an amazing game. Straight up. So, I'm pretty sure, man, knowing how Sucker Punch gets down, that Ghost of Yotei, whatever you want to call it, that game is going to be talk of the town. Okay? That's how they get down, like I said. So, yeah, I'm excited for that. But no. So, you say you didn't see the state of play? Anybody else in the chat see that? The shit was crazy. Like, they showed some cool games near the beginning. But then as the show continued to go on, it got more and more progressively lame. I was like, come on, man. Like, what is this? Like, they fucked up. Whoever's making these, and I said this yesterday too, but whoever is compiling these showcases for the state of play or whatever the fuck they're gonna show from PlayStation, you know, they need to find somebody else. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that shit was way out of order. Like, a lot of the games they showed up front during the whole showcase, and it was only like 40 minutes long, 40-something minutes long. Every game they showed near the beginning looked interesting to some extent, right? But like I said, as the show went on, it just got more and more kind of just like, you know what I mean? Just like a thumbs down, like, you know, I wasn't into it. Straight up. And a lot of the games were niche games, right? We can keep it real and say that not every game they showed was for everybody. But what really irritated me was near the end of the show, not only did they show Ghost of Yotei, which everyone was expecting to see Ghost of Yotei, some type of reveal from them or something. He was expecting to see like a gameplay video, right? Like a little gameplay reveal. Man, they fucking came on there and showed like a not even a minute long clip of like just the wolf from Ghost of Yotei pretty much. And then had like some text pop up and say, come join us in July for the deep dive on the gameplay. I'm like, bitch, what the fuck is this? Like, y'all could have just saved that straight up. Or if anything, this was my idea. If they had showed that at the very beginning of the showcase, just announce, like, you know, have the little Ghost of Yotei little thing, right? At the very beginning of the show, that would have blown people away. It would have made people roll, you know, anxious and excited and shit, right? But then when they showed the little text saying, okay, you know, we're not showing y'all nothing today, but next month we will, then it wouldn't have been as bad of a letdown. You see my point? Because it was like a big ass blue balls moment, dog. We waited like 30-something minutes of the whole showcase waiting to see, okay, cool, that game's cool, interesting, nice, okay, next, And then when we get towards the end of the show, we already knew how long the show was going to be because they announced that too, right? But then we get towards the end of the show, we're like, okay, we're like damn near 40 minutes in, like what's going to be the last game they show? We're about to wrap it up. Then they come out with Ghost of Yotei and everybody's like, yeah, buddy, here it goes. And they come out with that bullshit talking about some, hey, in July, you guys get to see something. I was so fucking pissed. I'm like, yeah, they could have shoved that straight up. That was just a waste of time. Waste of time, did that shit for nothing. And then on top of it all, y'all, the very last thing they showed on the State of Play yesterday was fucking, what was it? A Marvel fighting game. See, I could barely remember what that shit was because it was so forgettable. They showed a damn Marvel fighting game. Now, some people were into that, right? It was kind of like in the, I guess, the style of Capcom versus SNK a little bit. You know, 4v4, you could switch people out and shit like that. But I never really was a big fan of that kind of stuff. Like, I'm more into Tekken. I like Tekken. Like, when we talk about fighting games, maybe Mortal Kombat, but Tekken is my jam. You know what I'm saying? I love Tekken. But that shit right there, what they showed yesterday, I was irritated like a bug. I'm like, why would they show a Marvel fucking fighting game at the very end, and then they showed like, I guess, a little developer interview segment too, right at the end? It was just so lame, bro. It was so lame. The show just left a bad vibe. Like, if they rearranged the order of those games that they showed yesterday, it would have been alright. It would have been better for sure. But anyway, let's see. Now you said Final Fantasy Tactics getting remastered in September. Yeah, they're bringing that back. Yep, they showed that yesterday. Wild Arms 2, Metal Gear Solid 1. Okay, those are ones you like. So yeah, you like them old school RPGs then. What is this? There's one game I'm thinking about that I can't really remember right now. It was one of the first like kind of RPG games I played on PS1. I was hella young. Let me see. I'm gonna try to look this up. The only thing I can remember though is like the dude on the cover had like long hair, had like a ponytail, and it had like a big ass mech suit in the background of the cover. Does that sound familiar to anybody? What they really need to bring back though is Musashi, Brave Fencer Musashi. They bring that shit back, boy. That'd be almost on the same level as Onimusha. Straight up. But let me see though. PS1 RPG mech suit. Let's see. Oh, Xenogears. That's it. Pretty sure this is it. Xenogears. Let me look this up. Xenogears. This is it, bro. Xenogears was like one of the first RPG games I ever fucking played on PS1. Straight up. And I never even beat it. But that game was so surreal playing that because I was like, I didn't know what the fuck to do. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's a good memory right there. Too Extreme is a classic. Croc, okay. Got some good ones in there. Anything but Crash Bandicoot, I hate. Why do you hate Crash Bandicoot? What's up with that? You said I never look up new games. I usually just play games I've already played, waiting for ports and remasters because all the games that come out with are... Yeah, I mean, a lot of the games nowadays are straight trash, bro. I agree with you there. Like, 2024 was probably one of the worst years I've ever seen in my life for games. But then at the same time, they have some good games. Black Myth Wukong, Astrobot. I never played that, but that game looked pretty good. But Black Myth, man, that was my game of the year last year. I loved every minute of that game, even though it was super difficult, hella frustrating. Fucking Black Myth Wukong was one of the hardest games I ever played in my life. Pissed me off at many, many moments. And I'm not one of those people that be breaking controls and shit because I have to buy these myself, you know what I'm saying? I ain't a little kid that got parents to buy controls and shit for me. You know what I mean? So, I ain't finna break my own shit, but I heard from other people and watching other people's gameplay. They was throwing shit around. Throwing shit around, getting mad, rage quitting and shit. I said, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. That game will piss you off. Black Myth Wukong will thoroughly piss you off. But all in all, man, it's a really well-made game, especially from an independent studio. I was quite surprised in how that game turned out. It was damn good, man. That was my game of the year for 2024. And then I'd say the worst game of the year for me that I played was fucking Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That game was straight hot garbage. That game was fucking dumb. Like, it had fun moments, but overall the game was just dumb as shit. Just hella dumb. You know? But yeah, let me ask y'all this. What was y'all favorite and least favorite game of 2024? What was the best game you played last year, and what do you think is the most shitty game that came out last year? Or maybe even just a game you played. Let's say you didn't play no new games last year. What was your best and worst game of 2024? I'm asking everybody in the chat. There's a Capcom has some interesting stuff, but I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, they did. I think that is it Phantasma? Is it? I think that's what it's called, right? Is that it? What the fuck? I can't believe I forgot the name of it already. But it's a game they showed us years and years ago, and then they finally did something with it. No, it ain't Phantasma. Man, what was that shit called? Do y'all remember? It was like one of the first games they showed yesterday. Oh, and then they also had a cool looking game that reminded me of No More Heroes. You know, Travis Touchdown. I think the game was called Romeo is Dead or some shit. Yeah, Romeo is a Dead Man. That's it. Romeo is a Dead Man. That game looked really interesting. I would play that. Straight up. But yeah, Capcom, they're coming out with a new Onimusha game next year, and I think also next year they're gonna come out with a new Okami, bro. Okami. We ain't seen nothing about Okami since PS2 days. We talking about 20 years plus. You know what I mean? Right around 20 years ago. That's crazy. Travis said, what's funny is seeing Nintendo Switch 2 not selling out? Good. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck Nintendo and everything they're doing right now. Because that price, man, they charging a lot for the console to begin with, and then the game's $90, bro, $80 and $90. Like, they got us twisted. They got us all the way fucked up. Because the problem with that, just like I mean, there's a video on my channel, y'all can watch if you want to, where I did a whole breakdown. But essentially, the problem with what Nintendo's doing is it's going to rub off and infect other game companies. Because what is it to a PlayStation or an Xbox, you know, company to say like, oh shit, people are paying this much for little dinky Nintendo games, them little fucking dinky ass Nintendo games, bro. And no offense to anybody that likes Nintendo, I don't think much of it, to be honest. You know what I mean? Them games don't really hold my interest, and it's definitely not at an $80 or $90 price point for a fucking $500 console when you can get a PS5 for cheaper than that. You see my point? So, yeah, I mean, basically, you know, these companies are gonna look at that, say, hey, I'm gonna charge $100 for my game. If Nintendo can get away with this, you know, charging this much money for a game that Ben came out, right? Then of course they're gonna go for fucking the best they can get. Like even Borderlands 4, right? The CEO of Gearbox came out and was like, yo, if you're a real fan of the series, you will find a way. Oh, look at the team, man. Shout out to them for making this game. That's what's up. Props to them, man. Appreciate the work that they put into this game here. Appreciate them taking the time to bring this shit back too. Because this game right here, man, it's a very nostalgic game for me. You know what I mean? This game was a big deal for me growing up as a kid. But yeah, we did it, folks. We fucking did it. The adventure continues. My ass. We ain't finna do nothing else in this game, dog. It's over. This shit's over. I ain't worried about all the dragons and all that. See, look, what's up with this? Why is this still closed off? Maybe if we get all the dragons and all the gems, maybe it might open up, but who knows? I'm not really that curious to find out. But let me say, before I go, oh yeah, I gotta catch up with the chat though. What was I talking about? Yeah, with Nintendo. Yeah, man, like GTA 6 easily gonna be about $100, so you know. Yep. So yeah, fuck Nintendo, what they doing right now, man. I don't support none of that bullshit, because you gotta vote with your wallets, right? People have a problem with this much money being charged for these games and these systems, but they over there looking like a dumbass, gladly handing their money over to Nintendo. Here, take my money with your goofy ass. It's like, come on, man. At least if you're going to get a Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch 2 game or something like that, wait for a price drop. Or buy it second hand. Like, I really, shit. I mean, people are going to do what they want to anyway. I'm not really trying to tell y'all what to do, but just for the sake of all that's good, man, don't support this bullshit. Do not buy that shit, man, because Nintendo will be like, oh, okay, cool, they bought it. Even though we're charging all this money and people are not happy with it, they still fucking bought it. And that's all it takes. You can set a price point for anything you want, and if it sells, then it justifies the price point, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. But anyway, let's catch up with the chat. Melly said DOA shit on Tekken. Dead or Alive shits on Tekken? Nah, hell no. I mean, Dead or Alive is a good game too, but nah, Tekken's OG shit, man. Trail says it's almost Marvel vs. Capcom minus the Capcom character. Exactly, yep. That's basically what it's looking like. Monster Seed? I never heard of that. Marvel vs. Capcom got ruined. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about it. I never really played much of it. They need to go back to common graphics in 3 versus 3. Oh, you mean like you want a 2D game? A 2D fighting game? Xenogears is good? Okay, so you played that. They need to port it? Yeah, that'd be cool, man. They need to port a lot of these old PS1 games. I would buy them. Like Ape Escape. You know, you guys been seeing it on the channel. It's been a while, like damn near a month since I played it. But, yeah, Ape Escape, man. I'm glad they ported that over because that was one of my first games I ever played on PS1. Xenogears is hard. Yeah, that game does have a challenge to it. Xenosaga was the thing. Yeah, I remember that. I don't think I played that though, but I definitely am aware of that. Wasn't it like on PS2, Xenosaga? Melly said Crash Bandicoot is just annoying to play, especially if you like 100% the game. Okay, yeah, I feel that. I understand exactly what you mean. I mean, I like Crash Bandicoot, but yeah, that game is hella annoying. Straight up. They remastered Croc 2. I'm gonna get it this weekend probably. Okay. Lunar remaster. I need that also. I never heard of Lunar. I don't play Dark Souls style games. They're so bad. Well, see, look, Black Myth Wukong, it reminded me of Dark Souls, but I don't like Dark Souls either. I don't like Dark Souls. I don't like Demon Souls. I don't like fucking, what is the other one? Bloodborne, Elden Ring. I don't like none of those games. Because, you know, when you die, it's fucking, you lose everything. You lose all your shit. You lose, it's all, man, it's just an annoying, frustrating ass game. And, you know, when you play a game, you want to have fun. And even though Black Myth Wukong was hella crazy and difficult, I still had fun with that. Primarily for the fact that it's way more forgiving. Because like I said, in Dark Souls type games, right, you die, you lose all your shit, you gotta start over and all this goofy shit, right? But in Black Myth Wukong, you know, not only can you kind of catch up where you left off, you get checkpoints and shit, but also you get to reset your points whenever you want to. So like you got skill points allotted over here, you could take them away, reset it, and reallocate them wherever you want to. Like the game is really, in a way, user-friendly. Like the bosses are hella difficult, but you got hella bosses to fight in the game, many different levels and worlds to go to, right? A lot of little secret items to find stuff. You know, it was a really cool game. It was a very well-made, well-designed, high-quality game, in my opinion. You know, and if you want to stick it out and fight through the challenges and overcome the obstacles, then you'll be able to finish it and beat it. But it took me like a month. It took me like a month to beat that game, and I played that mug damn near every day for hours. So it was really, that was a difficult ass game. But I loved it, man. Black Myth Wukong is definitely the game of the year of 2024 for me. Well, let's see. You said I tried Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Love 300, but that game was terrible. Damn, see? I heard that a lot from a lot of people, man. They didn't like Odyssey. They didn't like Valhalla. What else? Some people said Mirage was cool, but it was short. And it was like kind of lame. But I only played Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, I think a little bit of Revelations. I didn't play Black Flag. I played Unity. I almost beat Unity. What else? What am I missing? I know Origins, I played like an hour of that and didn't really like it. But I really didn't give it much of a chance either, so maybe I'll go back to that. But, what else? Rogue, I didn't play that. Syndicate, didn't play that. I just kind of skipped a lot of Assassin's Creed games because they start coming out with them every year. And I'm like, bro, this is getting watered down. You know, just like Call of Duty, man. Every time a company starts coming out with games year after year, back to back, I'm like, yeah, this shit's kind of whack. You know, it doesn't feel as ingenuitive, I guess, or the creativity kind of dies off a little bit because they're just trying to create the same formula, rinse and recycle and repeat, and just turn it into like a money factory. You know, like I don't mind spending money on a game, but let it be worth it. Like let it be fun. So after all them years of not playing any Assassin's Creed games, Unity was the last one I officially played. And then when Assassin's Creed Shadows came out, shout out to one of our viewers, Van Terez, man. He bought that game for the channel, and I beat the fuck out of it. That game actually was more fun than I thought it would be. Because originally I got the game to talk shit on it, right? But Assassin's Creed Shadows turned out to be really cool, man. I actually liked that game. There was issues with it, for sure. The story was kind of stupid. But the gameplay was fun. For sure, I can say that. I liked it. But it wasn't on the same level as Ghost of Tsushima, though. You know what I mean? It was good in a different way than Ghost of Tsushima was, but overall, Ghost of Tsushima was a better game, for real. He said that or Dead Island 2 was the worst new one I tried. You didn't like Dead Island 2? I didn't beat that one yet either, but I played that. I like Dead Island 2. It's pretty cool. He said, I don't care about Nintendo. Yeah, me neither, bro. Just Pokemon, just for Pokemon and Smash Bros. And that's me, man. If I were ever to get a Nintendo, it would just be to play Pokemon. And I'm way out of touch with Pokemon now. Like the last Pokemon game I played, I think, was Pokemon Gold and Silver. Maybe Emerald, something like that. Oh, this has been hellish. Yeah, I'm out of touch with that. Travis said, only the main fans buying that console. What's the point? They only got one game to play for the most part. Yeah, it's not many. There's a few launch day games, but they ain't shit for real. And one of them is one of the most expensive games ever, Mario Kart, bro. Like, they got a lot of damn nerve bringing Mario Kart out and nothing else. They're like, well, you can't play nothing else right now, so it looks like you want to buy this $100 game looking ass. And ain't it a bitch, too, that you buy some of these games and you get the cartridge? You buy a physical, get the cartridge, but the cartridge ain't the game. Like, it's just a license key to unlock the game and download it. I think that's some dumbass shit, because imagine if you don't have internet, you can't even fucking play the game. You go to the store, spend $100 on the game, right? Because taxes included. You go home, you take your happy ass home and hook that bitch up, hop it in your console, can't even play that mug. Like, but I don't have internet. It's like, yep, well, looks like you ain't playing shit. That's whack, bro. It's messed up. I mean, am I wrong? Who disagrees with that? Who disagrees with that? No, he said you didn't beat the game. There's a secret level you need all gems, dragon eggs. Yeah, I figured. I figured maybe this door right here, this little passageway, right? I'm assuming that would be the secret level. But you know, I'm not really that interested in trying to find out. To be honest, Trey said, bro, they trying to hype up having Cyberpunk. That's what I'm saying. That game came out 5 years ago. And it is kind of cool because they have like a different setup for it, you know, that's more geared towards the way the Nintendo Switch 2 actually functions, which I think is neat, but it ain't nothing special. You know what I'm saying? Like the only game that they showed when they did the Switch 2 reveal, right, the little showcase they had back in March, I think, the only game that kind of looked somewhat interesting to me was Donkey Kong. And that was it. And that game's not even coming out yet. It's going to be a while. Like I said, well, if you bump into another Melly, let him know Miss Dodo said hi. Melly said, I'll be your new Melly buddy. There you go. She said, well, I'm always here in Orange streams, and I hope you are too. Orange is one of my favorite streamers. Thank you, buddy. Shout out to you. I can definitely say the same. I had a lot of fun on your stream, man. Melly said they might recommend the stream again since I spent so much time here today. Well, subscribe to the channel, man. Melly, hit that subscribe button for me, dog. You know what I mean? It's just a button click. And it's free. You feel me? I don't understand why most people don't do it. I don't understand why more people don't just hit them buttons, y'all. Speaking of which, before we go and before we end the show, you know, hit the like on the video on the way out for me. All right, if you haven't already. And subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already. Okay? Do that today, y'all. Today. Let's see. Gold and silver was lit. My last one's Ruby and Sapphire. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Gold and Silver was dope though. Mario Kart is terrible. Imagine being excited for Mario Kart. Damn. There's a streamer here on YouTube that freaking was like super hyped for Nintendo Switch 2. Like basically trying to downplay how much it is and all the prices that they're charging, and trying to make it seem like, yeah, well, you know, if you don't want it, don't buy it. If it's not in your budget, blah blah. It's like, bro, that's not the kind of shit you say to people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, I would just tell people, like, listen, if you really want it, get it. If not, don't get it. But I'm going to keep it real and say, yeah, this shit is too much. Like, Nintendo got a lot of nerve coming out and saying $100 damn near for our games and the console about $500. They got a lot of damn nerve doing that. I don't support that shit at all. But no, that one dude, he was hype as fuck. He was playing Mario Kart today. He was losing his mind, screaming and yelling and hollering and hooting and hollering, carrying on. I said, man, is it really that good? Like, what the fuck? I wasn't convinced. You know, I was sitting there watching him play, and I was like, this don't really look that cool to me. But this dude was pissing himself damn near. How happy he was about playing this game. I said, okay, well, I'm happy for you, I guess. You know, enjoy your game, man, but it ain't gonna be me. I ain't gonna be playing that shit. Travis said, it's definitely dumb as fuck they ain't listening to the audience at all. Exactly. These companies are so out of touch, man, and they know what they can get away with. You know what I mean? Like, what they do is they test the market, okay? Because I know about business. They test the market, they put stuff out, they see kind of how the response is, and then when they show you how much it is, then they can kind of gauge before they even say the price that, you know, whether it'll succeed or not. Now, they can't always predict the future. They don't always know if it's going to be successful or not. But I guarantee you, Nintendo, they thought a long time about this price. And they saw their fan base, and they know they have a niche fan base, but they have a hardcore niche fan base, okay? And, you know, Nintendo Switch sold more consoles than any console, I think, in history. You know, the original Switch from 2017, Was it 2017 or 2018? Either way, that bitch sold hellas, okay? Worldwide, I think it was like 250 million console sales. So that's massive. And they know people want to get the Switch too. People have been looking towards that for a long time. But where it's fucked up is in about a year and a half, maybe 2 years from now, we're going to know about PS6 and Xbox, whatever. If they're even going to make another Xbox. I keep saying all the time because I don't know. Microsoft might just be like, nah, we're not going to take the money and the resources and time to do research and development to create a new console. I wouldn't blame Microsoft if they did not make another Xbox. You know what I'm saying? But for sure there's going to be a PS6, and for sure we're going to know about it by maybe next year, but for sure by 2027. We will know. We will know. Let's see. Now he said, nah, bro, you didn't tell me about Paper of Spyro? So that's why you ain't going to subscribe? Damn, bro. Don't do me like that, Melly dog. We talked for like 2 hours, man. Come on, bro. Well, anyway, let me see. Hold on, I'm going to try something real quick. Hold on. Let me see this real quick. Okay. Check this out. Oh, I didn't do it? Why I look it up for, man? This dumbass shit. Hold on. Oh, I think I found it. Hold up. Okay. There we go. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? He's still flat though, but yeah. His head's fat as fuck. So let's see. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it back. We're gonna do it back. We're gonna do it back. Just like that. There we go. His wing's still small as fuck though. Okay, what about this? Now, by the way, that it's a cheat code. All right, Melanie, it's a cheat code. Now, listen, you're familiar with this because back in the day on PS1, even PS2, they had cheat codes all over the place. Unfortunately, nowadays, most games, like almost all games nowadays, don't have any cheat codes at all whatsoever, which is stupid. Like that to me was one of the coolest things about a video game is you could just like do a cheat code, especially a single player game, bro. Like, come on, single player games should all have cheat codes. They should all have cheat codes, man. Every single player game should have a cheat code. And, you know, a list of different cheat codes you could do. Big head mode, whatever, fuck, anything. Unlimited ammo, infinite health. You know, they should have all that in every single player game. Online games, of course, we all know why they wouldn't do that. But at the same time, you got hackers and modders and shit. And so they don't even need it anyway. But yeah, single player games should have it. So when I found out this game right here had cheat codes, I got hell excited. I was super happy to see that. So anyway, in case you want to do this yourself, Melly, you're on PlayStation, right? Let's get it correct. Let's get it correct. Yeah, he said it's not that good. Yeah, Mario Kart. I know what you're talking about. Girl said Sifu. I quit playing last year. Jedi Survivor. I definitely enjoyed. Yeah, Sifu. I couldn't really get through that, man. I played a little bit of it. Didn't really hold my attention, but it's a good game. But let's see. Jedi Survivor. That's the second one, right? I only played Fallen Order, but that game was also another one that was like, you know, it didn't. It's difficult for me to play a game that doesn't make me looking forward to playing it again. Like a game that I really, really will like push to beat is a game that whenever I play it and then go to sleep, I'm thinking about it. Or like when I wake up, I'm like, yeah, man, oh, I can't wait to get back on that game. You know, many a days where, you know, when I was in school or even, you know, at a job, I would fucking be playing some type of game and I'd be like, oh, I gotta go to work. But at work, I'd be like, man, boy, I tell you what, when I get home, I'm hopping right back on that shit. That's, to me, a good game. And that's not going to be the same for everybody, but yeah, Jedi Fallen Order didn't really, I wasn't like, ooh, I can't wait to go back. I kind of was just like, damn, I want to beat it, but, you know, it really, it ain't my kind of thing, man. It reminded me of a lot of like Dark Souls in a way, but not. Black Myth is the same way, but Black Myth was cooler to me. Jedi Survivor just felt like, it felt real stiff and tedious. I didn't like the movements, you know what I mean? The mechanics of the game, I did not like that shit at all. You know, very, very stiff. And you're supposed to be a Jedi, bro, but Cal is walking around like a fucking robot, man. It's like, if you're gonna make a Jedi game, make it like a Jedi experience. Make it fun. You know, but some people enjoyed that game. Some people enjoyed the second one. I think the second one's definitely better from what I saw, but I haven't played that yet. Billy said, don't care, don't need PS6. I'll be playing PS5 till PS7. Damn, for real? I mean, I guess you could say that now, but you never know how it's going to go because, well, no, actually, you can say that. Because as long as you don't play anything new, right? Because I'm sure there'll be PS6 games that won't run on PS5 at all. So, you know, as long as you're okay with that, then yeah, you don't have to get upgraded until PS7. But be warned, man, PS7, we might not see that till the year like 2035, you know? Maybe past that. But I'm guessing probably like, yeah, 2035, 34, maybe 36. So it's going to be about a decade from now, at least. Shit, longer than a decade. What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, it's going to be... Yeah, probably about 2035. We'll see PS7. Using cheat code. Yep, cheat code. He said I had bought a new PS4 for $400 when PS5 was out for over a year and hard to get, so fuck them, I'm not getting a PS6. Damn, bro, why you spend $400 on the PS4 when the PS5 was out? Because look, a PS4 when it came out was $400. You probably could have got one for like $200, to be honest. You know what I mean? Maybe like $3. Find one used, something like that. But yeah, $400, bro. That's how much it was back in 2013. You know what I'm saying? But if you said you bought it in 2021, yeah, that bitch should have been way cheaper than that. But I feel that, man, that's a lot of money to spend on something, you know? Oh, okay, you got the Pro. Okay, yeah, I mean, the Pro is different. That's a different story. I got you, though. But yeah, I mean, consoles, like a PlayStation 5 Pro, I saw that mug and I was like, okay, it looks interesting. It's a little bit better than the PS5. But it ain't $700 better. I know that much. The fuck? Like, I'm not spending $700 for the PS5 Pro, dog? I was like, what the fuck? I already got a PS5. I don't need this. Like, it feels like $50 more. Maybe at the most $100. But man, they pushing it, dog. Spending shit. Okay, so when I got this PS5, I think I spent close to $1,000. Okay, because I had got the bundle. You know what I mean? So I had got the PS5 with 2 controllers, 2 games, and then I also bought another game on top of that. So yeah, I spent like $900 damn near. You know what I mean? That's a lot of fucking money, bro. A lot of money. That was like 3 years ago. At this point, 3 years ago. Like I said, laggy piece of shit. Talking about the PS5 Pro or the PS4 Pro? You said I like it for the internet browser to watch movies, though? Okay. Well, shit, I missed the PS3 in that case, man, because PS3, you can literally take files and put them on the system. Remember that, Travis? When we'll go to the library, we actually put some of our own photos on the public library's PS3. Our library where we was living at had a PS3 in that bitch, and we go up in there. You had to like rent it out. You had to go up to the desk and rent out the controller and shit. It was cool though, man, because I didn't have a PS3 at the time. You know, that was way back in the day though, dog. That was like 2007, 2008. But yeah, you could put photos on there. You could put music. You could play your music while you play the game. You could like upload video files and stuff. It was cool, man. The PS3, I hate that they got rid of that. I think that's so stupid. Straight up. You said PS5 Pro doesn't even have the disc row? Yeah, not coming with it. Yeah, you got to buy that separate, which it is dumb. So really, when it comes down to it, if you're trying to get a PS5 Pro with the physical disc capability, you're spending really more like $800. So that shit is out the world. That's out the world, dog. I ain't buying that shit. Like, if anything, sell the PS5 and get that, but still, you know, you're looking at maybe another extra $300-400. You damn near bought another PS5 for that, you know? So, no, I'm good. And GTA 6 is still going to run on PS5 base, because when they showed the trailer 2, you know, they revealed that it's going to be, or no, excuse me, during trailer 2 of GTA 6, it showed that it was captured running on the PS5. Not the PS5 Pro, but the regular PS5. And it looked damn good, so I ain't tripping. I'm good on that, man. I'm not buying no new system until the PS6 comes out. I don't even have the new Xbox. The last Xbox I bought was Xbox One. He says digital caca. Yeah, I don't like the whole idea that they're making these games all digital now, because some games don't even come out on a physical disc anymore. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell these companies are really pushing for a digital-only future. But the problem with that is, if you lose internet, or you don't have access to it at the time, or whatever, you know, or if you lose your account even, right, because that can happen too. You know, they take away your license for the game that you bought. Like, you bought the game, you so-called own it, but you really don't own it because it's digital. And if anything happens, the servers shut down, they stop supporting the game, they take it out the store, or even, like I said, if you lose your account or whatever, you can never play that game again unless you rebuy it, you know? And that's dumb. And in the case, like I said, they take it out of the store, then you just really have no option at all. But if you have the physical disc, you have physical media, then anytime you want to, take that mug out, pop it in the PS5 and play it. So, unfortunately, I think down the road we might head to that kind of future where, yeah, disc-based games won't exist. I really see that down the road. Travis said, well, Cal stopped training the Jedi because after Order 66, the Jedi had to go into hiding, and he was like a scrapper for some years. Plus, his master died during Order 66, so that's why he didn't have. Yeah, okay, or feel he was a full-on Jedi. No, I get that. But, like, it was just mainly the gameplay for me. So, like, his abilities, yeah, were limited. I understand. You know, that kind of sucked, but, it is what it is, because that's how the story is. You know, Cal, he was, like, on his journey of self-discovery, basically. But just the way the game functioned for me, I didn't like how he ran around. He just felt real stiff and clunky. The combat felt real stiff. I like that fluid motion combat, you know, God of War, fucking Ghost of Tsushima, games like that. The hack and slash type games, those are more up my alley, I should say. Devil May Cry even. And Devil May Cry to me is a little bit stiff and clunky too, but it's way more fluid than fucking Jedi Fallen Order was. But like I said, I never played Jedi Survivor. Really what I want to see, folks, is I want them to bring back, which one was it? Force Unleashed. That's it. If they made either like a remake or like a spiritual successor or even a sequel to fucking Force Unleashed, I would play the hell out of that. I would buy that bitch day one. But it would have to be just like that game. That was my favorite Jedi experience in Star Wars, as far as the game goes. And there's been a bunch of games too over the years that they've canceled, man. 13, I think, which is not really a Jedi game, but it looked cool. There was another like Star Wars game made by Volition, the people that made Saints Row, that they canceled. Imagine how fun that would have been. Imagine a Star Wars game made by the same studio that fucking made Saints Row. Could you imagine that? That would have been tight. But then there was also a Star Wars game that featured Darth Maul as the main character. You know, it was like Project Red Fly or something like that. And they fucking canceled that game. I'm like, what are these people, stupid? Like, all the good games that they could have made, they just didn't make. And then they come out with dumb shit like fucking, what was that shit that came out last year? That dumbass game, Star Wars Outlaws. That fucking dumbass game, bro. Fuck Star Wars Outlaws. That game is stupid. Straight up. But if you guys enjoy that game, that's what's up, man. Happy for you. But that game to me was stupid as a mug, man. Hella dumb. But you said, "Or man, I tell Melly my Twitch name. I'm not trying to steal your trolls or nothing." Oh no, you good? Here, I got you anyway. Boom. Right there in the chat. Grab that mug early. But yeah, I just got the link. I didn't have all the other text with it, but I'll put it together. Did that for expedition, or what's the word? Expeditious? I can't even fucking say the word. Expedited. We hurried it up. You know what I'm saying? We just cut to the chase there. Let's see. Trevor said, yeah, that shit was crazy. Somebody stole that console. Yeah, eventually they did. They worked their way around cutting that mug off and slipped it out the back door. I remember that. And they never bought another one. They was like, well, that's it. We got a bunch of little Negrons running around and stealing shit. You know what I mean? That's a damn shame. And then you can't have nothing nice in the hood, dog. You know what I mean? You think young folks can go to the library to learn, you know what I'm saying, better themselves, enhance their knowledge base or some shit? Maybe even go there to, you know, fucking, I don't know, socialize and have some type of, you know, sophisticated conversations. But no, motherfuckers go into the library like, oh, they got a PS3 in their car? Oh, for real though? Shit, I'm getting that mug. That's mine now. Shit, I'm finna get that. That's some whack ass shit, man. Can't have nothing nice, dog. Shit, why the fuck? Travis, why we like this, man? And you know what's funny too? I'm sure white people do this too, but black folks, well, I notice with black folks, we will sit up and say we don't like other black folks. And for good reason too, man. It's a damn shame, but like a lot of black folks out here be making us look real fucking bad. Straight up. And then, have y'all seen that shit lately about fucking black fatigue? That shit cracked me up when I saw that. You had dudes online, black dudes online talking about shit. I'm fatigued by the niggas too, man. Shit, I'm tired of them. It's like, yep, well, you got a lot of young, goofy ass dudes running around doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Committing crimes, taking lives, all that. All about the guns, drugs, and well, we got a lady in the midst, so I'm gonna keep it yeah. But women, you know what I'm saying? I'll just put it that way. About drugs, money, and fucking guns and the ladies. That's it. That's all what rap culture is nowadays anyway. And if anything too, another shameful thing to say is like black culture really revolves around fucking hip hop culture, primarily rap culture. And that shit is like is gutter shit. You know what I mean? Not all of it, but a lot of it is, man. Straight up. A lot of that shit ain't about nothing, dog. You got motherfuckers out here talking about WAP, Cardi B, even though she not black, she's an influence in our community, dog. She's a big ass influence for all these black females out here. Some of the white ones too, Mexican ones too, I guess. But like black women, boy, they love Sexy Red, Megan Thee Stallion, all them dumb assholes, bro. It's like, come on, man. Like these are our influences. These are our people to look up to. Really? Hell, fucking no. Anyway, yeah, I agree. Battlefront 3, that'd be tight. Did you like Battlefront 2 though? Have you seen that also made a comeback? People playing the fuck out of that now, which is weird because that game came out 10 years ago. I played that mug when it first came out, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I had fun with it for like a year or two, and I stopped playing it. But yeah, it's made a comeback. It has made a comeback. Force Unleashed is goated. Exactly. Yes. Knights of the Old Republic is pretty good. Yeah, I played that for a while. I played that for I think a whole year. I would be on my laptop making music, and then like in between making music, I would hop onto Knights of the Old Republic KOTOR, right? I would play that KOTOR right on my laptop. I was surprised that my computer could even play a game like that. But then again, the game was already old anyway, so. Yeah, watching reviews on X-Play, yep. Hey, no problem, buddy, I got you. They said, since you were so nice to me this stream. Oh, you got me, Melly, dog? You got me, bro? Let me see. You didn't sub to the channel, dog. Melly pump fake. Damn. Let's see. Trevor said, you got black folks, and then you got niggas. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And the niggas be making us look bad, dog. Because look, people that are not black think that all black people are like that. Not everyone, but I think there's a subconscious viewpoint, stereotype that like all fucking black folks act like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I've met people that really, they don't treat me like that. And I'm, like I said, I'm very light skinned. You know, I could pass for different races. Like, some people think I'm Hispanic. Some people think fucking, I don't know. I've heard all type of shit. You know what I mean? But white folks and others can definitely tell I'm not white. You know what I mean? They look at me like, okay, he's something. But but no, I think definitely subconsciously they have like an opinion, like a kind of a negative outlook on black folks. You know what I mean? 'Cause I have been in situations where I was treated slightly different than somebody else, even though there was no difference other than the fact of we're different races. Does that make sense? And I'm not the one to pull the race card at all. I'm not like, oh, it's because I'm black. Like, I don't do shit like that, but I can pick up on it. You know what I mean? Even if it's subtle, because I'm very observant. You know, I'm a Gemini, so I pay attention to shit. And I can tell the vibe is a little bit different sometimes, the way people interact with me and treat me. And I'm like I said, I'm not even that dark. I'm not dark skinned at all. And I still get like a kind of like a little bit of a different kind of thing going on there. But I don't take it personal. You know, I just, if anything, I'm like, yep, it makes sense. Even though I did nothing wrong and I did nothing to give them that opinion about me, motherfuckers have just set the tone. You know what I mean? They just got a whole, you know, what's the word? Typecast. Yeah, like a preconceived notion about me, even though they didn't even talk to me yet. Like, oh, we gotta watch him. Don't leave him in there by himself. It's like, what the fuck? You think I need something from up in here, bro? But see, yeah, that's the sad part about it. Until you prove them wrong, they're gonna think, you know, and not everybody's like this, right? But subconsciously, a lot of people, when they see black folks, they assume the worst about us. You know what I'm saying? They definitely assume some negative things to the point where they're gonna be like, all right, until he proves to me that he's not like the rest of them, then this is what I'm gonna think about him. And that's fucked up, but it is what it is. I can't control what people think. All I can do is, you know, show them I'm not that way. Do my actions, the way I speak, and all that. And if they have any intelligence, then they can tell, like, yeah, I'm not a nigga. You know what I mean? Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, he said they showed the ignorant folks of the culture instead of the positive ones. Exactly. All the dumb people from the black community, but not everybody up there that's, you know, doing something big is dumb, but they show a lot of the idiots, a lot of the goof-ass people that are, you know, a bad influence to the world in general. They promote the hell out of them, man. They prop them up on a pedestal. You know what I mean? But whatever. Bunny said best game is CRSED. Yeah. She loves that game. Belly said I'm definitely a nigga. A Puerto Rican nigga. Okay. Whether you black at all or you mix or something? You Puerto Rican and black, or you just Puerto Rican? Because I remember getting called an Oreo in school for having proper tone. Yeah. And ain't that a bitch too? Like, if you talk proper at all, right? Like, it's weird because for me, I don't know how I got this way, but I'm like, I speak both. I'm like, I speak Ebonics and I also speak proper. And I have like a little bit of a country accent too, but I think that came from my dad. You know, my dad, you know, was born in Arkansas and shit. My dad was the most country city boy you ever seen. You know what I mean? Straight up. My dad was a real southern dude, grew up on a farm and shit, but you know, he talked more country than I do. He'd be like, son, come here. Now let me show you something. You know, he talked really like that. But I kind of go back and forth. You know what I mean? It just comes natural, dog. But yeah, you know, you be around other black folks and you start talking proper, like, oh, look at him talking all white. I remember that shit. Ooh, that shit used to irk me in high school, man. You be talking and then saying shit like, wait, say that word again? Say that word again? It's like, haha, he talks white. It's like, okay, really, bro? Like, how about you just speaking proper? You know what I mean? Some words, you know, whatever. But like, motherfuckers would be skipping over whole syllables and letters in a word. And you'd be like, what you say? It's like, bro, what are you saying, bro? You know what I'm talking about, man? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Like, enunciate. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, articulate your words, dog. Can you fucking speak? And listen, and my friend here in the chat knows as much as I do. In high school, you have folks that couldn't even write their own name. Couldn't write their own name. I remember one of my teachers told me that, and I was blown away. I said, what? Come again? What'd you say? I think her name was Miss Allen. She said, I forgot what the context of the conversation, but I think it was like my junior or senior year in high school. And she told me, no, she told the whole class. She said, there are people in your grade right now that can't even write their own name. And we all started looking around the room at each other like, is it you? You the dummy? Shit, you don't know how to write your name? Like, immediately we all started looking at each other like, who's the dumbass that don't know how to write their name at being 17 years old? How the fuck you make it to this age and can't write your name? That's hella sad. Hella sad. I said, what the fuck? But I believe it though, because, you know, I would socialize quite a bit with a lot of the people in my school just because I stood out. You know what I mean? I went to like an all-black high school, and there might have been like one or two other white people, and then you got me, and I'm mixed. So it's like I'm hella light-skinned. And then you got what? Like, shit. I think we had one Asian dude in our school, but like everyone that's not brown skin or darker stood out. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I definitely got a lot of attention, sometimes not good attention in high school. But, you know, I was socialized with a lot of the folks around there. And, boy, I tell you, there was some dumb-dumbs, okay? There were some people I talked to, bro. I'm like, yeah, I don't know how you made it this far. I really don't know how you made it this far, bro. You should be in middle school still. You know what I'm saying? It was sad. It was damn sad. Trey said, like, bitch, I came out sound like this. Yeah, but especially within our group, yeah. Yeah, because a lot of our friends talk real proper. Growing up, a lot of us talk real proper. You know? But I think nowadays it's a little bit different because it's more acceptable to talk that way. But back in the day, you know, for the most part, if you talked proper, it was like a sign of like, okay, this person is somewhat educated or intelligent. You know what I mean? Not to say that if you didn't talk that way that you weren't, but typically it showed that you were, you know, or at least you had like a certain type of upbringing. I can for sure say that. You know, nowadays you got all these fucking liberal ass college kids talking real proper no matter what background they are. They all talk damn near the same. They're like, well, I'm not even going to fucking emulate it because the shit's so annoying. But yeah, a lot of these young ass kids out here nowadays, boy, these liberal ass kids, they talk like they're so sophisticated, but they don't know shit. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you ain't even lived life yet, and you on that side of it. Yeah, okay, yeah. You don't know nothing for real. Straight up. Okay, just Puerto Rican light skin. I got you. So I just stream off that account though. Don't chat with it. Wait, what you mean? You talking about? Oh, you do streaming, Melly? Is that what you're saying? Travis said popcorn reading ninjas. Yeah. He said she's lying. Nah, for real. You don't believe anything, do you, Melly? No, the teacher literally said in front of the class, there are people in this grade that don't know how to write their own name. I'm assuming she meant just like one person, because that's a really crazy thing, right? That's crazy as fuck to be that age and don't know how to write your name. I'm assuming maybe that person wouldn't know how to read either, or at least have a very low level ability to read. But I mean, that's what she said, man. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's exactly what she said. And I was really like, I didn't even know what to say. If anything, I was like, damn, that's so sad. I don't even know if I could laugh. Like, that's a tough thing to laugh at, bro. Somebody be that stupid. Like, damn. But anyway, you said for you not to be able to spell your name means you never went to school. Right? It would seem like that. Like, damn, you in high school don't know how to write your own name? Bro, where you been? Did you just skip class forever and they just keep passing you up to the next grade? And they did do that. I don't know about every school in America, but for a long time, man. I think it had something to do with that Common Core bullshit, like Leave No Child Behind. That shit that came out around the early 2000s from the Department of Education. I think that really came down to like even if they don't know, just move them up. Move them up. You know what I mean? And then they had that test at the end of the year, which was a scam because it was a standardized test, right? That everybody had to pass in order to move up. But the way they were set up was you had teachers, man, because the way the budget was tied to that. See, I know a lot about the politics and stuff that go into all types of different shit. I don't know everything, but I know a lot. And so basically what that whole program was set up to do is if the children in the school, right, the students that go there, if they reach a certain threshold of not only attendance but also grades, the school will get more money. So it was an incentive for the teachers to basically cheat. You know what I'm saying? They'll teach them throughout the year, little things here and there, and see what they learn and pick up on. But when it came to that final, you know, that test at the end of the year, that one you had to take, right? Teachers were like, well, here's the answers. But like, you can write them down on a note card. But, you know, on the day of the test, there won't be no answers. If you bring your little cheat sheet, then you're good. But if you don't, then it's like, what the fuck? Like, they found little ways to kind of get around it without, like, basically breaking the law damn near. You know what I'm saying? And in some places, I'm sure they just blatantly broke the law. It's like, yep, here. You can have all the answers to the test. Everyone gets an A+ on the test. And everyone... Actually, no, you know what? Let's to make it look believable. Here, nobody's going to believe that you got an A. So, you know, just do this much and just make wrong answers everywhere else. You know what I mean? Like, shit like that. But that's exactly how it went down. Teachers was basically like passing kids through, you know, by letting them cheat the test, basically, straight up. That definitely was a thing. He said, nah, bro, they failed me like crazy and I can read perfectly. Well, damn, what the fuck? What'd they fail you for, Melly? What was you doing wrong? Was you like fighting in school and shit? He said, bruh, it's because I was being a nigga, dog. Doing nigga shit. Like I said, somebody that can't spell their name isn't even in school period. Your teacher was lying and she a hater. Like I said, bro, I have no idea if she was telling the truth. You know what I mean? I have no way to prove or disprove that. But what I do know is that's what she said. Okay? And there were some dumb kids in our school. So could it be true? Maybe. Could she be lying? Maybe. I don't know. But the school I went to, man, I don't know what school you went to, Melly, but my friend here in the chat can vouch for that. Right? Haven definitely knows 100% exactly what I'm talking about. There was actually, so they did hold some people back, but you had to, man, I don't know what you got to do that, but it's really a bad thing if they have to. But there was a dude who actually had the same name as my friend. He was like 20. I'm not going to be extreme. I was going to be like, this dude was 24 years old in his fucking 12th grade. But no, he was like, I think he was about 20 years old, 20 or 21, something like that. He had a full beard. The dude was like fucking 6'5" and shit. Hella big ass dude, grown man, and, you know, having to take senior year over again. You know what I mean? So yeah, there was some dumb people in our school, for sure. There was some dumb people in our school. Trevor said, bro, I wish we had the tech we had now. Yeah, exactly. When we were in school, I definitely would have passed all my classes. Exactly. Bro, you got AI now. You know, even back then, we didn't even have calculators. Like, if you didn't bring one, you didn't have one. You know, now today, you got your phone. And then recently, you got AI, so you can look damn near anything up. I don't know how it is in schools now, but if I was a teacher, I'd be like, yeah, them phones got to go. As soon as you walk into class, put your phone in the bucket. And you know what I mean? Unless you like know you expecting a phone call or something. And even then, I'd be like, bitch, you gonna come up here and get this phone. All right, but the phone gonna sit with me while y'all in class. Because kids would be looking shit up left and right and cheating, man. Like on tests for sure. It's like, okay, yeah, you gotta put that phone away, dog. That phone gotta be in the bucket, straight up. Like I said, yep, and didn't do the work. Oh, okay, that's what it was. You was lazy in school, man. You was just lazy as fuck. He's like, I ain't doing shit. Turn them papers blank. Yeah, that's nigga shit, bro. Said didn't even make it the second semester in ninth grade and failed 2 or 3 times before I got there. Damn. Holy shit. So when you graduated, when you was like 21 too? You said went to expel school for like 3 years and a part of a high school? Yeah. Well, see, I went to alternative school too, but it was because my senior year, my counselor pulled me aside like almost like a month or two before the end of the first semester, right? And wait a minute, hold on. Yeah. My counselor pulled me aside and was like, "Yo, your classes, you not passing for real?" And because I didn't do work for real either, man. I didn't do homework. I did my tests and I passed all my tests. Like I always got A's on my tests, but when I have classes where the teachers grade homework, it would always fuck me up because I hated dude. I was very rebellious as a kid. Like I'm of the mindset that once I'm done with school, I'm done with school. I'm not going home to fucking do more school. That's my time. You know what I'm saying? I did my 8 hours in the class and all that shit with all my different classes. When I go home, I'm not fucking with none of it. And I would have like anxiety over this shit, bro. Like have a project. Your project is due in 2 weeks. You got 2 weeks to do this project. And I'm like, all right, I'll get around to it. And then it'd be like the night before and I'd be trying to hurry up and scrap something. Trying to hurry up and throw together a project. Fucking, oh man, I hated that shit. I'd like, because it's embarrassing going into class and your teacher's like, all right, and they call your name. And you're like, I don't have nothing. It's like, fuck. I hated that shit. Would like make me like really uncomfortable, man. I was like, I hate doing these fucking projects. Like, let it be optional, man. Why is this a mandatory dumbass thing? Everyone turn in your projects. It's like, fuck this project. Homework, all that shit, man. Like if I was a teacher, bro, today, to keep it simple, right? This way you know who's smart and who is actually like paying attention or even they care enough to learn. But I would make it to where only the tests are graded. So I'd have a test every month or so or whatever, after every, lesson or whatever we're doing through the what they call that? The syllabus, Yeah, it's been a long time. I haven't been to school in a long time, man. So some of the shit I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, the syllabus, the whatever the courses you're gonna be doing in that class, have the test. To test the person, see if they learn anything, right? And then that will be their grade. So at the end of the semester, their accumulation of all the tests they took, that will be their final grade. As far as homework goes, that shit would be optional to me. If you want to get extra credit and you just want to do some extra practice, you can do the homework. That's cool, but that's up to you. But when you get to school, man, if you did your homework or if you didn't, I'm not going to hold it against you. Because fuck homework. For the ones who really care or who are feeling behind and they want to learn more, they want to practice their knowledge, go ahead and do the homework. That's great. Cool. Right? If you've been failing on some tests, that might make up for it. It can help, boost your score a little bit. But yeah, bro, I hated homework. And so by the time my senior year rolled around, I got real fucking lazy with it. And I didn't do shit for real. Like I was getting F's in like half my classes. You know what I mean? Or no, I think I might have like an F and 2, and then the rest of them I had like C's and D's. You know what I mean? And then the teacher was like, you ain't gonna have enough credits to graduate. Even if you passed every class in your second semester, you will not have enough credits to graduate. So they was like, listen, this is what you can do, man. You can either take your senior year over again, or you can fucking go to this alternative school and then get your GED. I said, well, shit, that's a no-brainer. I'm not finna waste another year at this fucking place. I hated my high school. Like, there was some all right things about it. There were some things that I do have good memories from. But our high school, man, was like a really kind of a dump. Like, it was a shithole. The budget wasn't good. There wasn't a lot of good classes to choose from. We had dumbass classes. The school I came from before I transferred over there, we had like robotics for high school, swimming classes, fucking driver's ed, archery, all type of crazy shit. when I transferred to the high school I ended up going to, right? Because, you know, change neighborhoods and whatnot. Dude, this school had keyboarding as a extracurricular class. Dog, who the fuck cares about keyboarding? You know what I mean? I took that class just to have something to do that was different. Because the school had nothing, bro. I was shocked that they had an orchestra class, okay? Because I grew up playing violin. Some of y'all know that, but some of y'all don't. But I grew up playing violin from, you know, elementary school. And when I got to high school, when I saw that they had orchestra, I felt like I was saved. I was like, thank God they got this at least, bro. I was super shocked that they had orchestra in high school. But there was only like, there wasn't even 10 of us in that bitch, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it's an unfortunate thing, but in the black community, a lot of folks don't think about playing a violin or a cello or bass. You know what I mean? They might think about playing the drums, maybe some shit like that, or maybe even joining the choir, especially for them drama club kids, you know what I mean? But anyway, and I can't really talk because I was in drama club too, but it was mainly for the ladies, man. When I saw how many chicks was up in that drama club, I said, yeah, I'm going. What I gotta do to be a part of this? Okay, yep, I'm in it. Fun times with that, but no, man. Like, yeah, our high school had nothing, not shit. There was nothing interesting to pick from. It was actually really a shitty high school. The only thing that they emphasized at my high school, man, was sports. All right, if you were into sports, you had a great time there. Like, it was connected to a lot of sporting groups and leagues and whatnot. Very prominent with that, but everything else was whack, bro. We didn't have a swimming pool. We didn't have nothing in our high school. Just reinforcing the stereotype that black folks don't know how to swim, man. Straight up. Let's see. Travis said, I think that having technology now, especially if you got a teacher who isn't teaching you something properly, you can look that up later after you get off school. Exactly, that's true. Yeah, because, you know, shit, we even had some lazy teachers back then. He said, I didn't graduate. I quit going to school after I got kicked out in 9th grade. They kicked me out of the expel school and I quit going. Also, you didn't even graduate. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I ended up going to get my GED, but which was, I'll say this, the tight thing about fucking getting my GED was the fact that when I got it, I was out of school until graduation. Like, I went to alternative school. I was there for about a month. And then the teacher that was there was like, yo, I think you're ready to take this test. I was like, okay, cool, let's set it up. And so they set up the test. I had to go to a college, a local university here to take the test. And then once I took it, bro, I passed on my first try. And that was it. And I sat around and did whatever I wanted to do for, I think it was like 3 months. Almost 4 months until graduation rolled around. And once that happened, man, I was like, shit, I'm chilling. I basically graduated early. You know, it was dope. Never did homework. Bro, fuck out of here, yes. Basic projects, nah, bro, sometimes they took money. I laughed like my mama not finna pay nothing. Yeah, for like different programs and stuff. Now, I did travel around and do little things during high school. Like, I was like in an engineering program in high school. And I was pretty tight. We went to Pittsburgh during my freshman year. But there were some little things I did here and there. But yeah, our school really didn't have much to choose from, to be honest. So if you can make it through high school and graduate, you're a good kid. I mean, not really. There's some people that made it through high school that ain't about shit. There's a lot of people that graduated, bro. And it just ain't shit for real. Straight up. So a lot of these gangster motherfuckers have high school diplomas. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. People that out here, you know, pop locking, right? I'll just use that term. They popping and locking, all right? And they getting down. And they graduated. Sitting there with their fucking diploma in their hand, taking their graduation photo, like, in the photo, But then out here talking about some, hey, cuz, let's get him, cuz. We gotta get down the ops, cuz. Shit, I've had drive-bys happen on my street when I was growing up and everything, dog. You know, so, you know, I come from the hood for real. But you had some decent people that came up out that school. Not everybody was, into bullshit, basically. Man, it was shit. There would be like lockdowns too at our school because they would find like a gun on our campus and shit. That happened a lot. You remember that, Travis? Somebody got a gun on the bus. It's like, well, dude, this little 14-year-old dude got a gun. See what I'm talking about? Like, this is bullshit. Why your little dumbass got a gun, bro? What you finna do with that? And there's plenty of people too that we, knew growing up that ain't around no more. They ain't living. You know what I'm saying? They're either dead or in jail. Travis said, you're not just stuck learning in school. You can look up stuff on YouTube or apps. Yep. That's true. Really, you can teach yourself damn near anything nowadays. If you take the time, right, and you search around for it, and you're like a self-initiated person, like you know how to take the initiative and like learn on your own without having somebody necessarily like stand in front of you and go step by step, then yeah, you can learn damn near everything with the internet. And YouTube is an amazing tool, man. Like I've learned so much shit just off YouTube, all the way from how to build shit to how to, unbuild shit, tutorials on games, everything, man. Learn how to run businesses, learn how to get my credit together, fucking all type of shit, bro. It's crazy. Learn about AI. Yeah, you can learn everything you want to on the internet if you just know where to look. Straight up. Like I said, keyboard class turned into Oregon Trail time. Yeah, on our computers they had like nothing. Like we were in the year 2007 or some shit, bro, in '08 and all that. We had computers from like damn near a decade from before. Like they were the old like off-white big ass monitor screens. They had like the old CRT screens, right? Fucking old ass displays with the old blocky little fat block keyboard. Like, bro, we had old shit. Our school was behind, man. Like, the budget wasn't there. And like I said, all the money that they got in the budget, they put that shit into sports. Everything else suffered, man. We didn't have no good classes to choose from. The shit that we used, right? Computers, everything, even equipment. They had like a home ec class, and even that piece of equipment was old. They had to beg the school to get like new blenders and shit, bro. It was terrible. New dough makers, because I took that class, man. I was like, I want to eat some food and learn how to cook some food too. Shit. But I took that class, man. Our teacher was like, yeah, we've had this for like 6 years. I said, what the fuck? What? Busted up and shit. Like, yeah, I know. It's like, this is dumb. Why in the fuck? What's wrong with this school, man? Sounds terrible, bro. Drama club sounds embarrassing. I mean, shit, it wasn't for me, dog. I had a lot of fun in that shit. Straight up. I had a lot of fun with that. And see, during the plays, too, since I guess I always been kind of into music and audio and stuff, like, I became the sound coordinator for the drama club, basically. So I would bring in my speakers, man. I'd bring in my own speakers. I had, like, this whole home entertainment system thing that my dad bought in the 90s. And it was still working, because a lot of that old equipment, man, it was made to last. Nowadays, we can't really quite say that, but yeah, back in the day, man, that shit lasted. So I still got it now, actually. I still got those speakers. But anyway, yeah, so during the plays and shit, I would play the little audio cues, the little music and all type of stuff. It was fun. I like doing that shit. But like I said, for the most part, man, the incentive for me, for sure, to get in the drama club was all them females, bro. There was all types of chicks in fucking drama club, man. I was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm here, bro, for sure. And of course, you got the sus dudes, right? The real feminine dudes in there. But as long as you know how to navigate, you can avoid the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Travis, I remember getting put out of drama club. Yeah, I remember that. Cause I tried to get him in. I'm like, bro, look at this. This shit was going on over here. And so I tried to get him to join, and I think it was one of the meetings, and he fell asleep. And the teacher was like, yeah, your friend can't be in this. I said, fuck, bro. You fucked it up. He fucked it up, bro. Shit. Like I said, I don't know how they made it to graduate if they bad. What you mean? Well, no, I mean, you could be a shitty, dumb kid, but if you're, like, clever, right, you can make it through. It's only the really like actually dumb people, the ones who are like really stupid, like they're not intelligent at all. You could be an asshole and a dumbass, and like be into bad shit, doing dumb shit, but like be real clever, be witty. You know what I'm saying? And know how to kind of get through and do what you gotta do. But like I said, you gotta be really stupid to like go to school all them years and not graduate, and then go through all that. Straight up. Gotta be, man. You said, but I guess people change. Yeah. I mean, you can change. Anybody can change. And I think that's the goal. Everybody should like focus on every day of your life trying to improve in some kind of way. You know what I mean? Even if you have an off day, some days there might be some setbacks, right? I don't think anybody should be too hard on themselves to have some failures and whatnot. But it all depends on what your standards are in life. If you got really high standards for yourself, then like some things that may not seem like a big deal to other folks will be a really big deal to you. You know what I'm saying? Like me, as far as like with my channel, I'm doing shit with this mug every day, right? And it's been growing. It's a slow grind, but I would feel some people would be like, okay, I'll take a day off from streaming. If I don't stream for a whole day, man, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And even if I ever take any days off from streaming, I gotta do something else productive. Straight up, I have to. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel like I didn't have a good day. But that's just me. Not everybody's gonna be like that. And some people are way more hardcore than that, bro. Like I don't even think I'm that extreme with it. Some people are like day and night grinding, hustling, getting shit done. They don't take no breaks, right? And I got a lot of respect for that, man. Big props to them. That shit is not easy. It is not easy, dog. Yup, and hood fights, yup. Them old ass Dell computers. Yeah, we had that shit. Trying to say both teachers were mad as hell. The lady with the gray hair and the short, stubby lady. Yeah. The lady with the gray hair, everybody was trying to hit that, man. I think her name was Miss Morgan. Yeah, she actually didn't look too bad. She wasn't my type. So I never really liked the older woman look, But for someone of her age, yeah, she wasn't too bad. But all people was like, yeah, I'm gonna get that. Yeah, ooh, yeah. I'm like, okay, bro. Okay, bro. Anyway, but no, the other one, I think her name was Miss... Damn, what the fuck was her name? The other one, yeah, the short white lady. I know who you're talking about. Damn. I think it might have been Miss Gray. I think that was her name. It's kind of ironic because the black teacher, the black lady that everybody was trying to smash, she had gray hair, but she didn't look old for real. And then the white lady, she was actually old, and I think her name was Miss Gray. Yeah, she had to be like late 40s or early 50s, some shit. And that's not old, but old to us. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. But we got good memories, though. We got good memories. But anyway, though, it is time to go. It is time to end the show because it's getting late, man. And I'm going to hop on the music stream for a little bit, all right? So if y'all want to come back through for that, all right, y'all can do that, man. Because we're going to jam on the MPC Key 37, make a beat or two, or maybe play one or two tracks and all that. We'll see how it goes. Well, let me catch up with the rest of the chat. Melly said, I hate streaming, more of a chat person. I feel that. I understand. He said, I ain't talking to nobody when I'm live, just watching motherfuckers. He said, I'll probably switch to YouTube for streaming, though, since it's way bigger than Twitch. Yeah, you should. Like, I think both are good for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? I don't know a whole lot about Twitch, but I do see people doing things over there on Twitch. Like, Blank's over there on Twitch, and her channel's popping. You know what I'm saying? And fast, too. She ain't even been doing it as long. She ain't even been doing it as long as me, and her channel growing faster than mine and shit. But no, YouTube is a good place. It definitely is, especially if you're trying to make other kind of content. Like if you're trying to make like just straight recorded videos talking about anything, really. You could be talking about the games you playing. You could be doing reviews on it, Melly. You know what I'm saying? You could be doing all type of shit. So yeah, I would recommend doing some stuff on YouTube. Most definitely, bro. Yeah, okay. Adios, he say. Karen said, bro, she used to come up to this restaurant I worked at. She didn't recognize me at all, Miss Morgan. Oh, no way. That's crazy. Did she still look the same? She look the same like she did back in the day? Hold on, we gotta hear this before we go. We gotta know, man. Did she age gracefully, or was she like, oh shit? What was going on? I'll give him a minute. But by the way, y'all, hit that like button on the way out. All right? Hit that like button before we end the show, because it is time to go. But yeah, like the video and subscribe to the channel. All right? I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate all y'all for being here, dog. It was a cool stream, definitely. Shout out to you, Melly. You know what I'm saying? You definitely contributed to the conversation at hand. Man. Girl said, yes, sir, exactly the same. She just had a kid with her. Oh, snap. Well, yeah, she could have had that kid, man. Because, like, when we were in high school, she was already at that point where it's like, all right, you know, if you ain't had a kid yet, then it's like, what you waiting on? You know what I'm saying? Because let's be real, women, it's a rare, super rare thing that women can have a kid like 50, 60 years old. Although, I mean, it's happened, but it's like super fucking, like it's 1 in a million. You know what I'm saying? Most women, you know, there's a window of opportunity. Okay? So if that lady didn't have a kid when we was in high school, then I don't know how the fuck. Maybe she got lucky. I don't know. But anyway, shout out to Miss Morgan as well, man. Nice walk down memory lane today for this game. Yeah, I think it fits the theme. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, it is time to go. It is time to end the show. But I will be back. You know, we're going to do the music thing for a little bit. So come on back for the music stream. And yeah, whether I see y'all back here later or not, I hope you all, even the ones that be sitting way in the back of the damn chat, not typing nothing, I hope all y'all, each and every one of y'all, have a great rest of your morning, evening, noon, or night. All right? And you're welcome, Bunny. Appreciate you as well. But yeah, whatever time it is, wherever y'all may be around the world, I appreciate all y'all once again. Until next time, y'all. Peace out.